Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magravs Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshefoundation.org/store. or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent His messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. Carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees, that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine, irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Welcome everyone to the 255th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 20th, 2018. I'm your host, Rick Crammond, today, and as usual, we're joined with Mehran Keshe from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and he will deliver today's teaching and let us know what's going on with the Keshe Foundation and latest news and developments. Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go with today's show?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual, whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers workshop series. It's nice to be back and to share some more knowledge. We have some wonderful news in so many ways from all over the world. Good news is coming the way. It's been the wish of many of you. And as we said, I think we got one of the best news in the closure of this year, which is today, just the last teaching before Christian calendar of Christmas. We wish you all the best for the Christmas, and the Happy New Year will be hopefully for the next week. The best news which we heard and we checked, and hopefully it'll be checked again and it'll be good, is that we see the wishes of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the Keshe Foundation, and the whole world has come into reality. We hear as of yesterday that the Americans have decided to pull out of Syria. That's the beginning of the peace. And as we said, that with the last place man will war, will fight. And in so many ways, the wishes of all the Keshe Foundation, Universal Council, and those who wish for peace, we have seen to come to reality. Americans pulling out of Syria means the beginning of peace. Because it means, in so many ways, very much like Vietnam. They pulled out of Vietnam with disgrace. And in so many ways, this is not a disgrace, but maturity of the man. It's a fantastic news. many people in the background have tried to create this condition. It has two ways, two looks at it. If it is true and the Americans pull out, means the beginning of the peace, beginning of the peace in Middle East. We had another good news a few days ago, which shows the Yemen sides have endeavored on peace to start exchanging prisoners, which is usually the sign of um, end of some problems, but we don't know how bad and how good. It has shown its face, and the face of peace is going to be wonderful. 2019 will be a revolution for Keshe Foundation and many of us on this planet. We had one of the best news, hopefully, within the next few days for the Keshe Foundation worldwide. I've just come from a meeting which, just being in that meeting has exhausted one's soul beyond imagination. If we reach and achieve what we received, we will guarantee the continuation of Keshe Foundation worldwide in a very big way. We have to see and shake, we shook hands on it, we've got to see, particularly in a contractual base. One of the biggest organizations in the world, literally the most powerful organization in the world, has committed itself to Keshe Foundation's peace work and manufacturing and the spread of peace. Hopefully we have achieved that point, and if it happens we keep quiet, but we have come to an agreement. Hopefully in the next few days we'll see it in writing. Keshe Foundation will be supportive of the most powerful organization on this planet. They'll be sitting on the sideline, and out of nowhere today they declared who they are and what they want to do. I know this organization for many years in my business world. I've done some business with them, and these are the people what I call the peacemakers. I'm sure they're in the background listening to the teaching of today. If we achieve what we have agreed and we see it in signing within the next few hours, then the course of Keshe Foundation has changed. It'll take to build the trust which we ask for, and in so many ways Keshe Foundation, we know by, as I said, the next 24 hours, 48 hours will take a different look worldwide, international. This organization is beyond anyone understanding, the most powerful organization in the world. And there are peaceful people like us. And they have opened up all the resources to the foundation. And hopefully we are sitting with the right people who made the decision. And if this happens, many of you will be proud that we've been here together to serve the foundation. As we say, as our motto is, we are here to serve and not to be served. And this organization is part of the serving humanity. We'll never release their names, we'll never disclose who they are, but those of you who, or those of you who hear and know about the people who are the power makers in the world, these are the people. They are not limited to one nation, they work across this planet. They're one of the oldest organizations in the world. I've had the pleasure to work with them in the past, and they are like us. They assure and guarantee peace. And it is wonderful news for us. You will see the changes which will come with it. We'll see the proof of it in the coming weeks around the Keshe Foundation. And this allows us to change a lot of things. And hopefully we'll see the outcome of it. It's been a hard job. But it reflects the wishes of a lot of us. We wanted peace. And now we see gradually it's coming through. And in so many ways, it's the wishes of all of us. When we see the situation in Syria changing, in Yemen changing, we don't have any more spot wars, somewhere that we see wars and conflict. Is this peace is a fulfillment of promise that we wanted and we get it. We'll see what happens and how we cross this line in the coming weeks and how this situation will change. The only point which is left for most of us is sorting out the Palestinians. And if what we see will lead to it, it will force a lot of changes. You got to understand, um, this process will lead to another process. As you know, we are well established, we are well understand the process of peace and world politics and diplomacy. In the coming time, we will see the end of many, many conflicts. And it goes back to what I said in the teaching of the last week and the Tuesday before. Building of the arms has to be used. And in so many ways, what I did not explain to you, which I think most of you understand, American nation has gone bankrupt on the back of the wars. If American nation stop all this military expenditure and spends on the citizens, it'll be a beautiful nation, and hopefully we should see a start of these games that nations will spend on the nations to borrow, not on war tools, tools of killing and mass murder we've seen in a very strange way across the world. As I said very recently, the boycotts on nations is a boycott on the soul of the man. And we will see the end of many, many breakthroughs. Many, many breakthroughs. The Sudan situation came on the back of the 7 ships of the Iranian government getting food to those who are hungry within the war zone. And how could somebody be such a big enemy when it's delivering food to people out of kindness of the nation? And this that move broke a lot of things, and very soon we will see the changes. My only hope is that nothing else goes wrong in the next few weeks, and we start seeing the path of peace. In so many ways, we wished for it, we received it. Now is our wish to make the soul of the man peaceful. Many people objected to being abused this way by the world leaders. And I received many comments about the pictures we released last week in respect to the king of a nation. From government and officials which work with us in the background. It was time to open the hand of these kind of activities and conduct. And they stand by us, they support us. And in so many ways I would like to thank the governments who have shown solidarity through our channels, that it was a right move. It was a right move because it shows bullying and intimidation is not just in the schools, it runs all the way to the headmasters. And in so many ways, it's a breakthrough where you can show the king of a nation in a position of bullying. I have to have it and it's mine, where it belongs to all of us and it stays that way. That was my wish, and it'll be carried out, it'll be stayed, and we share the knowledge accordingly. I do not know which way the whole understanding of the mankind will take the next step in world peace. But 2019 has 2 options: mass wars or mass peace. And from what we see in past 24 hours, past 7 days, we are going to the direction of peace unless somebody decides to play a different game. The biggest wish for all of us, I think, for the coming year is to wish that the world leaders to put their pride and their bank accounts in their pockets. One of the biggest problems with the world leaders is who pays what to their bank account, on what rate, and who they support. And this is what will change, hopefully, in the coming year, in the coming time. And it all depends on our wishes, on what we want to do and what we want to achieve. And hopefully, if we stop this race of killing itself, we'll get this race into a space. In the teaching of last week and the week before, we spoke about the creation of life on this planet, and we spoke about the creation of soul and the dimension of the soul. I think what will be nice this week is to go one step further and understand. In the private teachings, of the last Friday on the close of the, what we call the annual teachings of KFSSI, I explained this in a very, very soft way, where we understand why and how the soul of the man confines itself within the physicality of the man. What we explained and what is interesting for all of us to know is that how do we go to the next step, and what can we do, and how can we confine our knowledge and our understanding into this work. Rick, you have to bear with me with the noise, because with changing the microphone the way you wanted it, I lose my screen. I cannot drop. So you're gonna have some white noise in the background, I think. What is important to all of us is that we can understand the position, and we can understand why our body takes such a condition and such a position. As you remember, I lose my screen. What's this person? I lost my screen. What is important, if I can get my screen back, yes, it's here. Lost it. Very strange. I cannot log in my screen.
Okay, is there, maybe I could put up a whiteboard?
No, it's just that my writing screen, my pad has blocked out and doesn't want to work. It come up, but it doesn't change, does not convert. Let me see. No, just 1 second. It's very strange. I've never had this before. It's like the screen has broken. But it hasn't been anywhere to break. Maybe I have to stop and restart. Just 1 second. It's very unusual. Never had this before. I cannot otherwise teach by writing. This system boots this. I do apologize. It shouldn't be like this, but it's not sharing the screen for me, or I have to restart and come back in.
That's one of your ancient techniques, Mr. Keshe. Restart and come back, and it fixes most everything. But is there anything we can do to help or give advice?
No, I don't have any screen. I can't write. My screen is not coming on.
You could, Flint is suggesting to unplug the pad and then rejoin.
I've done that. I've done everything.
I'm just going to go out and come back in maybe something to do with the program. Just give me a few seconds. Just can I ask something while we are doing this? Can we bring Klaus in to show the products for this week?
Sure, I think that would be
Klaus,
fine.
would you like to come and present your products? These products are very important. You will see the next step in the progress of the development of the technology. These are non-dynamic systems. There's still a combination of plasma and coils, but this the full non-dynamic system rotation will be shown in the coming weeks as they develop the next step. And this is a very interesting way of presenting new technology, but is not the way which would have liked it to be. In the next steps, we will see them further development in this. Are you there, Klaus?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to show us what you want to present, please?
Of course. Let me just start the camera, please. You can see me?
Yes, as usual, very smart Austrian, German looking. Done. How much were you paid to show these ganses facing us? Usually with Coca-Cola, they pay a lot for advertising.
You mean that ones?
Yeah.
We don't tell any numbers here.
No problem.
Yeah.
I bet Keshe Foundation has paid you a lot to show these in the front.
Yes.
Okay, I'll please go ahead.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Today, we have the pleasure to show you a new development. As Mr. Keshe just mentioned, it is a step further, I would say, a step further from the ball unit, from the rotating spheres, which are driven by motors. They are working very well. There are beautiful results coming from them from different directions. But as we are a research center and in continuous improvement, we decided to go a step further, to move away from the motors, to move away from the magnetic fields which are inducted, which are produced by the electric motors which drive the balls and in which there is the GANs inside. So what have we done? We replaced the motors through systems who do not contain motors anymore, but there is a rotating field inside, and this field has the same, if not a higher impact on the entire field which surrounds the human body or the animal or whatever is between it. It expands exactly like the one we experienced in the ball unit, which means if you switch the system on, the field expands, becomes more compressed and a higher range. And we decided to go for modules, which means whatever we built and whatever you are using till now can be used also for the new systems, which means the ball unit, the whole framework for it can be used also for the new field unit, and you can adopt it if you like to. We can send you new controller and new balls for it. So whatever you use from now on, you can also use with the new developments. So everything fits together. And also what we show you today is the, let's say, plasma field unit, like we called it, as a further development of the plasma coil unit. And we show you a portable version of it. And yeah, let's start. If you go with the camera, please, a bit to the right, you see here the system. We built it up here in a, let's say, basic setup with 4 reactors. And you see here, when you have seen the presentation of the ball unit, instead of the motors, instead of the electrical motors with the spheres on top of it, we have now these balls with the fields inside. As Mr. Kesh just mentioned, it is a combination, it's still a combination of nano-coated material with ganses on it. And additionally, we are using electric current, or plasmatic current, it's better to say, in order to increase the fields. Let me just show you how the system basically works. I don't think we shall or we should go into detail now. Basically, the system consists out of, maybe you could move the camera a bit when we start at the beginning, consists, you plug it in. Yes, you can see it here. You see here, this is the basic framework, the same like with the ball unit. What additionally we added here is a MAGRAF. We use this MAGRAF for conversion, for plasma conversion, which means you plug it into your standard socket, whatever UK or other system can be adopted. Then we go from the conversion point through a standard power supply, 12-volt power supply, up to the controller. And at the controller, we have for each ball a button with which we can adjust the voltage. The voltage for each ball separately. So, which means we have 4 controllers here, 1, 2, 3, 4, for the 4 balls which are mounted on these articulated arms. And by increasing this voltage, we increase the fields around the ball. In particular, if we go a bit further into detail, we have, if you can make a close-up to one of these reactors, we have a ball which is at the same time the boundary. Inside the ball, there are nano-coated, very little, tiny little nano-coated wires in a specific angle, in a specific shape to each other. And you see 3 at the bottom and 1 between them. The one between them is not connected. And the 3 at the bottom, they are connected to the power supply, which I just showed you. And by increasing the voltage separately for each of the balls, we increase more or less the gravitational fields of the 3 bottom coils, which are connected in a way with each other that there is a rotation. And this rotation is additionally supported by the ganses, which we applied in dry state to these coils, which means we have a rotation inside the ball, a horizontal rotation, and with the 3rd coil, a vertical rotation. And by increasing the voltage, we increase the gravitational fields. And as there are also amino acids on the coils, especially on the middle coil, or only at the middle coil, we have an environment for the correct proportion of all the magnetic and gravitational fields, which means the system the system balances the strong gravitational situation at the bottom, which has as a result that we have a strong magnetic field, which is then sent out through this antenna, or more or less we connect with it through the amino acids to our body. And in our body, most of us, we have a situation where gravitational fields are really more and we are unbalanced. So we receive from these reactors strong magnetic fields, which then can balance our body or the body of an animal. Which means, furthermore, that if we set different voltages of the different balls, we can do everything with the system. We can make a rotation, we can make a flow from left to right, from top to bottom. We can put them in a circle, place them in a circle, and we can make a flow between 4 or more balls and create a rotation with it. So the whole system is as flexible as the ball unit is. You have these articulated arms with which you can reach every part of either sitting or laying person or an animal. We can make customized versions for bigger animals, and everything can be adopted. This is the version which more or less is built up on the same framework as the ball unit. But what we now did additionally, we made a portable version. And this portable version, we gave a second name, which is Sofa Surfer System. And why this name? Because it can be used very easily and flexible in your living room or wherever you are. Which means all these reactors, I just moved to the other side here, not falling over all the cables here, sorry. If we have a look at one arm here, this reactor can be removed very easy. Each reactor can be removed very easy. You see, we placed here at the end of this articulated arms, we placed the same bridge, the same element, like we have it here on these tripods. And these tripods are the basis for the portable version, which means the portable version consists out of 4 of these reactors and 4 of these tripods. And everything is exchangeable. So you can take a system from your big version, more or less, and just click in on a tripod, connect it again with each other. And there are different ways of connection to create the flow. And for the portable version, we made a specific new element, which is driven by a battery. Is more or less has included the plasma converter, and you even can adjust the strength of the field around you. In the portable version, you are not able to adjust the voltage like at the, let's call it, big version. Everything is preset and it's very easy to use, which means you can just connect the cables with each other and switch on the button, sit somewhere on your sofa in the living room or wherever you would like to apply it, place the reactors around you, adjust the height, and switch it on. Concerning the cables, we made some inventions. I just show you one part of the cable. The cables look like this. We had, if you can remember, at the ball unit, we used these industrial connectors. We tried them with the new system too, but the problem with the systems, I wouldn't call it problem because it shows at the same time its strength and its way how it works. We were dealing in the last weeks and would say months with plasmatic saturation, which means whatever we were using, whatever electronic devices we were using, whatever controllers we were using, they worked at the first time, but after some, let's say, hours, the field is building up and up, it's becoming stronger and stronger, and boom, all the devices just stopped working. Which means at first time we thought, we are not able to control this anymore because this field's just blocking everything around. But we found then solutions, different types of solutions, and this is why we had to build up completely new boxes from the scratch, where we are sure now that we can avoid this plasmatic saturation. And another bottleneck were the cables. So we developed new types of cables, which you all know because we went back to the system with connectors, with copper coils. Armin showed this first times nearly years ago, how to connect the coils with each other. We improved it a bit, and they are very easy to connect, and not only easy to connect, you can combine them, especially the SOFA surface system here, the portable version of the field unit. You take the first cable, you plug in the second one, and you can plug in on the second one, the third one, which is very easy to combine with each other. And by the colors, you see if you connected the plus or the minus to the plus or minus of the portable device. So it's very easy to adopt, very easy to use, and very flexible. As I said before, the reactors here are completely the same at the field unit, the big one, and at the portable version, which means this gives you a huge flexibility additionally, because you can place these tripods also around a bed. You can place as many as you want, and you can connect it to the controller, because we have here the same system like we used at the portable version, that you can plug in as many of elements you would like to. Of course, you can additionally use the portable version with the battery in combination with that one, but always better is using one controller, then you have the overview over the flow you are creating. So with these tripods can be used around the whole bed or around the room or around this unit, and you can build up whatever you want with it and control it with the voltage. And we preset it with the ganses on it. We worked very much on improving also the strength of the ganses. So we are compressing fields through different new developed technologies now in these little balls. So this was a first overview. If there are any questions, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Klaus. And I'll remind our attendees here that you can raise your hand and then you have a chance to speak. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little more about the electrical connection there, Klaus. So you've got like a 12-volt transformer that plugs into the sphere, basically, and you have 3 coils inside the sphere, is the way I understand it. 3 coils?
In total we have 4, but 3 of them are connected to the power supply, either to the battery or to the controller and the power supply and the MAGRAF.
And are they connected to the plus and minus of that power supply, so they have actual power going through, or is there just a gradient between them?
Yes, they are in a specific way that we create, even from just with the nano-coated material, a rotation, which means this is why we are able to create the strong gravitational fields with these 3 coils at the bottom, connecting them to plus and minus in a different way, that we already have a flow without ganses. So yes, you see at the bottom.
Sì, lo so, stamattina ho riempita già.
Maybe could you remove the window here? Yeah, okay. So now I see what you're seeing, because we have a second screen here, and there was a window opening. So at the bottom coils, at the 3 bottom coils, the plasma current is connected. And additionally, we applied dried ganses to these coils in order to create the rotation.
If I can add something here, if you look at it, is the basis of star formation, where the 4th element is to capture and transmit. You have the 3 base reactors and 1 on the top. that the rotation between the three base reactors feeds the top, and then, as we always said, the top, that's what they call it, like an antenna, creates a magnetical field. This is the principle behind it, and it's very simple. Creation of fields without any rotation, but in a way, if you look at it, it's like the three amino acids and the base, like hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Sorry, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, and a hydrogen on top, which is a weaker, and that the three base with a nano material which goes through the center concentrates the fields into the top, and then it transmits. This is a basic, what you call, principle behind it. So by gradient of the materials chosen for the elements, you create that rotation, and in a way it spirals up into the antenna and transmits. This is what we call the star formation system. And even if you look at it further, if you put these 4 units in a star formation and you sit in the middle of it, you will feel the same.
Yes.
Depends on the height you use. The stand you see is a telescopic, so you can create the condition of a dynamic system. This is a very powerful system, but the next step to it is without these coils. It's just gathering more, what you call it, knowledge, in the strength of the knowledge of being able to move to the next step. And so you can choose at which level you want to radiate inwards. So for example, you can put the 3 base as a liver level, and then put one on the top level. These are very effective systems for technologies like cancer, for removal of what elements you might have. In the present world of science, they use radiation, but this through magnetic field. But you have to understand how you connect the 3 coils, how you connect the position the systems. It's a very much removing the energy from the center. The next step of this, which is a non-dynamic system, it's already shown it, but they have to develop the knowledge to go to the next step, is without any of these coils, pure plasma. With this coil system has a limitation, as we understand, of the copper and the nano strength of the copper, and this is important to understand. When you go into the dynamic free flow plasma without material, then you don't have that limitation. And this is the next steps in next few weeks and time, when we understand more about the technologies and non-matter states. We'll see the next step. But it's a powerful way to do it, and so we can go to the next level. But what is important in these units is the use of a gain which has been done before of the plasma energy. This is why it works. That little blue plasma box, the maglev unit, is the cornerstone. Someone's microphone is open. Can you close the microphone, please? Is the cornerstone behind this development, because the maglev units only releases plasmatic energy in one layer of nanolayers of the system, but in the matter state does the AC. So this systems, because it's nano-coated, you work on a superconductor condition through the feedback from the maglev unit. The what they call knowledge seekers have not mastered this knowledge yet. It's very strange that they have not utilized the plasma flow within the nano layers. And this is important in so many ways. It shows the gap in the knowledge, and somehow we cannot bridge it. And once the knowledge seekers go through that step to understand, you can separate AC/DC and a plasma on the same line. And this is the step which we have to pass on and go through. But if you look at it, this is a simple, in a very, very, what do you call it, natural way, a star formation. So now you create a star formation within a star formation. So you already have a star formation which radiates, and then when you set it as a star formation, then you become centralized to it. Carry on. Any other question? I'll leave it to you. Can you hear me, Klaus?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Any other question?
We do have a couple of questions from Anthony. What do the different voltages do? He says, I know it changes the strength of the field. What would you need a weak field for and a strong field for?
Basically, okay.
So carry on.
Basically, without the voltage, the system is set up already independent, because we have without the voltage, we have a flow, we have the rotation in the balls. But additionally, when we apply the voltage, we increase the gravitational gravitational fields. And by increasing the gravitational fields, as this star formation works, the system tries to balance and increases the magnetic fields. And this is the basic function of the whole system. And these magnetic fields, these powerful magnetic fields, we receive through these antennas and can balance our system, our body, our organism, like the system is balancing itself. And which means this gives the user the control over the strength of the flow. And so by adjusting the voltage, you can adjust the strength of the flow, which means the flow between the single balls. You can make, if you, for instance, create the star formation of 4 of these balls, then you can control the flow through the voltage. The direction, the flow, you can make weaker ones, stronger ones. If you just use 2 of them, you can create the flow between 2 of them by making one stronger through high voltage and making one weaker through lower voltage.
So to create the gradient would be the main idea there. How would Mark ask, how is a medical professional or layman taught to use such a device? What kind of training would you have to take to use this?
They already know how to use it, because in the team, when we talk about the medical teaching, they already know how to work with the gradients, how to create these flows, and it's nothing different to a ball unit or a patch or whatever guns you apply. They already know how to create the rotation.
When you say they, you mean the people in the private medical teaching that have been working with this unit, or just generally people that start working with this? They already know pretty much what they're getting into.
Of course, not exactly with this unit, because we presented first time today, but they know how to work with the flow, how to work with the fields. And there is no different. There is only one field. There's only one ratio. What we need to know, of course, it's important to use different types of GANs also, but they exactly know where to create the flow, and they exactly know the gradient and the ratio between 2 parts to create the flow.
But how would somebody that maybe doesn't know but would like to know more about it or like to purchase such a device, how would they train themselves to do that? Would they get into the private teachings of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, or do they have to be a medical professional, or can anyone buy and use this device, and what kind of training would they need in that case?
Rick, for exactly these purposes, we offer the portable version, because at the portable version, you just stick them together and switch it on. We made a kind of automatic mode of flow between them, and this is how it works automatically. At the other station, the big one, of course, there needs to be more knowledge, and this is built for more professional users. And we stay with these two lines from now on, which means the next development, which is already prepared in the background, like Mr. Guest just mentioned, will be more or less an adoption and a switchable, an extra, another ball, like you see it here. And this also fits to the tripods. So whatever you're using now, as soon as there is a new development, you can use all the frameworks which you are using still now. So for all users who are now using the ball unit, there is an adoption and upgrade possible to use the whole framework, and everything fits together from now on.
Very nice, Klaus. There was a question from Joseph. What exactly is meant with plasma in the nanolayers? What's meant by plasma in the nanolayers? I think that was mentioned.
Plasma, in the world of present science, you call it superconductors. We have never managed to produce superconductors at room temperature. The nano layers which we produce, because it's of the same material, in the space gap positioning, which means electrons, if I can draw it here, if I can annotate, I don't know if it can be done. You have a space gap. I'm going to stop sharing afterwards. What you have is, can you see my writing?
Yes.
Yep.
So what happens in the matter state at the moment, if you have a copper wire, you work with the vibration of the electrons in the atomic structure. In the present, with the new technology we've developed in a very simple way, which we nanocode, now we have this configuration, where before the molecular structure was much tighter. So, as we said many times, this is number 1, this is number 2, and the rest of it. And what happens, you have a spacing gap. We've shown this with magnet. So what happens when you have a nano layer, in the present electric current, the flow is this way. And then it has to meet resistance with all these electrons, atomic structure. With a nano layer, space gap is totally different. Now the current flow floats across, no matter resistance. So this is the attribute of plasma. Electric current is electric level. It does not perform as such. But now this one is a conductor. This is a superconductor. This is the first time we have managed to produce superconductors at room temperature, and has huge applications. So it's very much like you have two lines. You can transmit AC on this one, and you transmit plasma flow on this one. On this one you have a continuous sinusoidal. In this one you have variation, but in the plasma direction. This is the introduction of the world of electronics, the world of matter. They have not realized this, the effectiveness of this, but that's what it does. So when you have a MagRaf system, which you see here, you plug it to the wall and then you connect it to a tool. This unit, which is the fridge or whatever, has no plasma unit in it. It cannot. It's very little in it. But what happens in your, if you look at it in your cable which you connect to the wall, you have positive and negative, what we call it neutral and live. The unit takes current through the neutral, through the live, but there is a feedback, the gravitational pull. This is the powerful one, and this goes through here. Where at the same time, in the electric current side, you only have the transfer of fields which goes through here.
This is your AC, and your plasma flow comes from this, the negative side, or what we call the negative or neutral. Those of you who understand the world of electronics and world of transformers, this has a huge implication, because you take here 1 watt, you here give 4 watts. But it's a conversion of the plasma which is important to current. This is a part of the understanding which we taught years ago and just overthrown people's ear. So when you come to the power flow, everybody looks at where the energy comes. The energy comes from here. If you have used maggrav systems which is made properly, you go to any building which has been there 100 years and they use the original copper wires, the copper is still the same color. But if you have used the maggrav unit in the house, when you take the wire out, you will see the wire is dark, it's black. Because now, with the current flow in the plasma, you have created nano coating, but in a plasmatic condition. And this is why many of you, when you made the first original maggrav units, or those of you who bought the maggrav units and then you said it doesn't work, because what has happened, your system after a while you see reduction, maybe 3 months, 6 months, and then after a year you see bigger reduction. What you actually have done is you, as usual, using the current flow through AC, but this plasmatic condition is creating the nano layers. So gradually more and more lines around the house is getting nano coated. Some of them is, you can't even see it unless you cut in copper and then you see there's a slight difference. Then what happens, these nano layers start gathering energy. And the reason your power, what you call it, your electricity bill reduces, because now, because of the pulse in this, it actually works exactly like your stomach and the lymph. The fields are absorbed from the environment and they feed into the electricity power unit. So here the system sees less reduction from the main, because now what you need is fed in through the atmospheric condition, through the walls, through the wires. And this is because of the function, the way your heart works, the way the lymph sucks energy out of your stomach. The banana doesn't cross the wall, it's the energy which goes, and it's the same principle. The matter state is weaker, and the nano layers gather enough energy that it tries to feed, it creates the current. And as it creates current, reduces demand on your electricity bill. Nobody has understood this concept, and you all work and say maggrav system. Anybody told me the maggrav system doesn't work, I said God bless their soul. They have no understanding. Even if you understand the next step of it, you can nano coat your wires even without connecting to the maggrav unit. By placing a maggrav unit, you can nano coat. The research centers have already done this, but they don't even understand. They walk away to matter because they can feel something in their hand. This, the maturity of understanding is not there yet. So what you have to understand, then when you connect these coils, which we've just seen shown, you tap into the plasma condition into the coils, not through the electric current side, not the AC. That's why they can connect their bases into positive, negative, or whatever. Because in the plasma condition, you have to create a weaker point of extraction. This is one of the biggest problem at the moment with the world of AC. Tesla understood this, but he couldn't solve it. Tesla understood this fully. It was one of his biggest nightmares. He couldn't explain it. That how we die of electricity. And Edison was very clever. He saw it, but he couldn't understand how he could match it up together. That's why we die when we touch the electric current live AC.
if we could extract enough energy from the body of the man, then you can connect yourself to any AC current at any voltage. And this is one of the dynamics of the new power supply, or what we call the battery recharge. I've explained this to the research teams and they don't understand. Maybe now I explained it in a wider world. Those of you who understand the world of electronics and plasma technology can develop it, because I think its time has come. I tried very hard to teach to the research centers and they don't see it. They go back into something they can touch and they're happy with it, and we've gone backwards in so many developments because of this. Go back. It was so gorgeous to see Alex the first time he showed it in training. But now if you understood. And Master Soul Alex says, he showed it, he showed everything. But because you don't see it, it's this physicality of tangibility of man has to see, has stopped you to move forward. There is nothing wrong with any of the magnet systems. All of them work. You don't see the current in your meters reduction because you haven't understood the setup. None of you have understood the setup. It puzzles me. If you understand it, charging a battery, even a Tesla car, should not be more than a few seconds. The problem with the charging of the battery is what you can push. If you can suck it out, it fills up itself. The gravitational field in the plasma direction, in the nano layers, is so powerful that charging a Tesla, charging any battery should not be more than a few milliseconds. The problem, you cannot charge your batteries. I explained this to the research team and somehow they don't understand it. Maybe some of you who understand the world of electronics, you will see what I'm talking about. You see, if you want to fill a tank, you have to push it in, and it needs pressure. But if I create a suction here, I don't need any push, it just flows in. This way it takes me 10 minutes because I have to work against the pressure. Something has to come out. But if you create that hole that it can create that extraction, what are you waiting for? It's faster to fill a tank up when you create a vacuum than when you're trying to push it in. And this is where it is. That's where the problem sits. Let me go back to these coils and more or less going backwards in knowledge. If you create a bigger pool here that empties to, you can fill this up faster. How big a pool can you create here? This should have been resolved a long time ago, but as I said, I do not teach till you're ready for it, and somehow nobody's jumping this barrier. Creation of these coils and everything else is it needs another place to pull it in. Look at the stomach, your stomach. What happens? Why do the energy of the food you have crosses the wall? Listen to all the rubbish which the present medical world teaches us. It's very simple. You have the stomach, then you have an intestine, and you have forgotten about the law of physics of the plasma. The stronger feeds the weaker. You don't need to cross the banana. The field of banana in the stomach, because of the conditions created, is stronger than the lymph. So what it does, it charges the lymph up to the limit that the lymph is saturated. It's the same with your lungs. When we said in the lung that no oxygen ever crosses, because the energy of the amino acid which you breathe in with the air is higher than the red blood cells. What does it do? It transfers across. And if your heart can do 60, 80 heartbeats and do this, and your lungs, you breathe 10, 15 times, 20 times an hour, a minute, then you understand how far in the world of, when it comes to nano layers, we are lost.
but other places you can understand. How fast the blood, why does the blood flow is so fast? Because the faster you can introduce the weaker, the more energy you can cross. Why when we are young, we can do more? Why do we, when we get old, it changes? Because this long collapses, so the layer is thicker, less energy can cross. Why do they tell you, if you exercise, you stay healthier? Because of this transition. And it's the same here. The copper is weaker in the matter state. And then if you can do a nano coating and you understand what you do, then the stronger field within the nano layers, superconductors, feed the weak, and then you supply more and more. That's why some of you are very expert in it. One of the reasons I closed the original factory of the Keshe Foundation in the north of Italy and we moved it was because I walked into the factory and we are paying thousands and thousands of euros to one of the most expensive managers we knew in Italy. We're paying him something like 15,000 euro per month as a director of the Keshe Foundation manufacturing company. I walked into the factory and I saw a pile of coils, like a heap of coils on the floor. And I looked at our director. I said, does anybody have a clue here what's going on? The guy came from the head of the biggest steel industry in Italy. Well-known character in the world of the steel industry, well respected, and he treated the coils nano-coated like a pile of steel. I said to him, excuse me, do you know what you're doing here? Have you understood what's the difference between the matter and a nano state? He said, it's all the same, it's just copper. I said, close the factory. That's why we have problem with the coils. Because when you have a steel, you pile it up. When you have a copper, you pile it up. When you have a nano layers are like babies. The way you treat your loved ones with the touch, with the care. When you crush the layers, of course, you have nothing to store. It's gone. Those of you who use torches and make nano layers, you're wasting your time. Because you haven't understood. You put it in a pressure cooker. You haven't understood. You crush the layers of the nano layer you created. When you don't have anything, how do you want to store and pull? Those of you who are very successful with your nano coating and you make magravs and it works, is because the way you create a nano coating, the space cap, these are capacitors. And then how you extract from here, you're successful. If any of you created what you call magrav units, and you put a capacitor at end of the 3 layers, you're very successful. You put a capacitor here, you're in problem. Because you need a capacitor continuously to discharge, to suck out. You need a capacitor at the end of the line, not at the beginning of the line. Because as you suck, you pull more. As you suck, you pull more. And as you pull, you go to a higher order. Then what do? You put more powerful system into your wires, so you're successful with your magravs. And sometimes the reason you have the magrav units and then they work after a while, because what you actually done, if you understood, is you made the magrav, you made the coils, you made your nano coating, and you crushed it. So there is no space cap. While your system is working, it's creating enough energy to reposition this. And now you have a free flow. When you have a free flow, then it creates a stronger to weaker, you start seeing results. I've seen this fire coating. Have you looked what a fire coating is? The pressure you put on the layer, these are softer than the onion skin. And then you use a gas, what burners and burn it, you put in the pressure cooker, you crush it, and then it says, oh, it works, it does that. Doesn't work, darling. The reason when you do caustic coating is because it's the free position. And then when you crush it, so what do you want to do? You have no space cap.
This is understanding the science of plasma technology. And some of you will make the same courses. It doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Because you're the same as the most famous still director. You just pile it up, and when you're winding it together, you're still crushing it. And this is what it is, it's a plasma flow. You need, in an AC, you need the copper. In a plasma flow, you need nano layer, which is a superconductor. If you understand, some of you who use composite wires, composite materials as wires, you are very successful. Because the composite wires, it creates different space gap. Because this is the copper, and if you have another material, the space gap is much bigger. So you have materials which create different gaps, and you create a capacitor conductor. If you buy very cheap copper wire and make your system which has got more impurities in it, you are more successful than the guy who buys 99.999% copper. Because of the space gap it creates. That's why people who use old copper wires from the old buildings when purity wasn't that important, you get a good result. Most of our knowledge seekers have not understood the basic, and I've been over it. And this is why when Alex shows these speeds, it works so good. Because you have created that space gap in the center wire, and what you put on it, and the coil you put on it. It's a space gap pressurizing the center that it feeds to the next one. Different materials is exactly like composite materials. That's why you have a zinc wire and a copper wire in the middle, and it works, and then you put different things. Because you look at the wire, I look at the nano space gap which they create. This creates a nano space gap. This creates a nano space gap. So the stronger to feed, you get a better result. The bigger your wire is in strength, you go up to titanium or whatever, to the copper in the middle, is because of this space gap that it allows the feed. You look at the wire, I look at the plasmatic field flow. How do you wind it? Is it in the direction of the flow? If you, when you just get a wire and cover it on top of the tissue paper, whatever you put the GaNs on it. Is it connected this way, or is it connected this way? Are you pushing through similar things? Your capacitor to make it to a battery has to be opposite to the other one, the way you wind it. Nobody does that. You just seen something monkey see, monkey does. And this is, but we passed this. Now I can teach you this more, because we passed this. This is ancient. Because now we have seen plasma flow without any motors. And I don't understand why we're going backwards instead of going forwards. And this is the principle. Any of you who understand and understood the work of the plasma conductivity, you need a bigger sink, much weaker, to be able to drain battery. Ta-da! You create a battery charger 1 second. Done. Sell it to, what do you call it, Tesla company. You need 3 hours, 4 hours to charge yourself up. Because they haven't understood the concept. You need a bigger sink to pull. How do you create a bigger sink? With a weaker material. That's all it needs to be done. And our team somehow do not understand. And you know something, it's like you talk and you give up. But it's a good question you ask, it's perfect. In maggrav systems, you put your coils here, and then you put a capacitor here. You put a capacitor here, I won't put a capacitor. You put a copper here, find a weaker material here that the load can feed into. You create a massive flow. Why are we successful in Africa with our maglev systems, with our power units? Because they're anything, the cheapest has been sent to Africa, so the systems work. You got to understand, at the present time, the way life is and the way the material is, we have a understanding simple. You have a matter state and you have a plasma state, concurrently going together. If you go back to some of the teachings a few weeks ago, I explained in the space reactors in China, we feed both plasma and AC together on the same lines, and they both work. Because it's different thing, and you ignored it. I see we use different gases, different... It's nothing to do with that. It's just understand what you did. What did Alex do? Alex is understood in a simple way, and somehow nobody else understands what he's done. You have a copper wire. He uses little aluminium foil. And then what does he do? He put a zinc wire. Do you understand what's the difference? You have a zinc. You have aluminium. Does anybody have the figures for atomic structure? The flow creates that. It's nothing to do with the gases you put in. The nano coating there, you just create that a space cap that they can have the separation. You still work in the work dimensions of it. And then if you understand, you have the bigger to the smaller. You actually, a flow of the Alex beads is that way, not this way. You keep on adding beads and beads. That's why he connects his maglev unit the way he does. He creates demand pull on gravitational line. Suck it in, so you produce, you ask for more, and then in that process, you feed the system. Most of your system which works on maglev units is because you start nano-layering and you pull, and then more or less after a while, you can just throw everything away, and as long as you can create a small pulse to create a plasma flow, the system works perfect. You don't need your electricity. Should be very, very little, because you need, a signal generator does not do this. You need a signal generator with a small current. And then it's a pulse, it's like a heart. If the heart doesn't beat, there is no blood flow. And if you look at the 4 chambers of the heart, it's the same thing. One of them is always, why do we have 2 big chambers and 2 small chambers in the opposite way? Ratio. We always look at the mechanical operation of the heart. But now that we're educated, we've got to look at the plasmatic condition of the heart. And how it gets charged, where the beating comes from. The beating comes literally if you understood the process of the whole creation, you have 2 chambers. This chamber and this chamber. They get across. There is a continuous ratio flow. There is no difference between the structure of the heart of the man and the amino acid and the star formation. And why does it heart pulls to one side and it goes on sideways, it doesn't stand up this way? It's the same reason. If you look at, even when just spoke about it, you put your reactors like this, and you sit in it, or whatever, you put your reactors different way, and you sit in it. What do? You are the weakest part of the chain, because here the fields are stronger, you go through your flows, and if you can get this flow in the right direction, then the system works. The principle of the plasma transmission is not the principle
of matter. In matter condition, you always go towards the big. In plasma condition, you always be big. And it's much easier because it sucks. This you have to push. Tesla understood this. Tesla played fully with this. And it's amazing when you see some of his work, nobody has understood. He was master of disguise. And they say Tesla was a genius because he understood, but at that time he could not understand nano layers and superconductivity. If Tesla was here today, it would have been a different world. This is one thing he could not solve. He could not understand that with the way he was winding some of his systems, is creating a very low nano layers on this system. And he played it sometimes. Most of his transmission he uses nanotechnology without him understanding, and a lot of people do what we done in Tesla's coil and the rest of it. This is what the plasma transmission is. This is why everybody looks, oh, why do I put a fridge at the maglev system? We need that fridge to create the pulse in the nano layers that they can feed back more freely. The difference between 1 and 4 is, in reality, if you understand it, is the difference between matter state flow and a plasma state flow. Plasma state flow has less friction, so it goes faster, it goes more powerful. But then you have to learn how to tap into this to be able to use it. At the moment, I spend all summer with the research group trying to teach, but it doesn't click in because it always has to refer to matter state. Why most of you, when you make systems, maglev systems, you blow the transformers for the government? Because your maglev system is so powerful that the sink in the transformer in the liquid is so weak that it just sucks it in. All of you, I've said that. I spoke to the people in Australia and they don't understand it, so they sent somebody to transformer. Why the transformers are blowing up? Because it's a big sink. And you're dealing now with a line which has been nano-coated. Who sells the battery? They tell you your meters does not work. You're not doing any saving. Tell them I would like to see the meters at the transformer at the power station. They're taking 1 kilowatt, using your maglev system that's selling 3 kilowatt. They're seeing the benefit. But you, because the sink sits there. If you can produce a sink at the point of your meter, you take the electricity, not them. The electricity boards love Keshe Foundation students and the knowledge seekers who made maglevs. You're supplying free energy and you're paying the bill. You have not understood the principle, but this is obsolete. This is absolutely obsolete. Because if you look at what they call smart meters, the smart meters are connected back into the transformer line. So you continuously, you become a generator for electricity board without you knowing. They give you 1 kilowatt, you give them 4 kilowatt back. But they have a sink in the transformer which converts it, they sell it. They wish in one village, everybody will have a maglev system connected to their houses. You pay your electricity bill, darling. The electricity company is picking up on your next door village. 3 villages. The principle of the plasma technology has not been understood. You always look at the matter state. Then this is the problem. Even in these systems, I look, it just, as I was with one of the knowledge seekers, he says, I have a bad teacher. He doesn't teach me anything. But I have a bad students who does not understand what they're doing. The problem is, this is what we have, we're talking to some governments, to start teaching the plasma technology, the new science of physics at the primary school. Now when they come to university, they don't have to readjust because they accepted the fallacy and they stick to it. What they accepted the matter state, they stick to it. Now we have to change it, it's impossible. So this is the problem. I said to an African once, talking about these things, do you know why in Africa people have 2 religions? They accept Christianity, but they still have the local village, or what they had the ancestral belief to the God. Because Christ is non-tangible, it's a superconductor. But the old traditional religion is a body, is a banana, is a statue, they can touch it, and then because they touch it, they believe in it. It's the same as our knowledge seekers. And this has to move on. Hopefully it'll move on, somebody will understand. But this is the problem we have. This is why the Maghreb system have a problem. The problem is not the Maghreb system. You don't understand what you're doing. You have a generator which is 3 times more powerful than what it is. The what they call unity factor in this Maghreb system is 3 to 1, 4 to 1. You have 3 surplus, but none of you use it. And the more things you plug in the house, the more you send to the what they call transformers and the substations and the cash money. It's become a big puzzle for electricity companies where Keshe Foundation supporters use Maghreb system. They don't know where the energy is coming from, but we are making profit. If I was an electricity board, I'd choose 10 houses in one district and I'd give them Maghreb free system free. Please plug it in. You pay us, we collect money free. Just go back on the teachings of the Trani. We put a meter there. You see 1 meter is coming at 1, you say the other one goes 4. But what happens to that 4 times 1? You don't know how to tap into the river. That's your problem. And I spent a lot of time with the research people to teach them this, and they don't understand. So it's become a big dilemma. Maybe now some of you can understand and develop it and bring it and show it. One of the research centers that was going forward now has gone backward because now they make these coils and they can see something they physically make. We should have had no coils, nothing at this stage in research centers. And we have a research center which is space level. They packed up, they start moving today again for the first time. Because they produce so much energy that they blew the whole center's transformer. And they panicked, how? Because if they would have converted that energy into the flight system, they found no problem. They leaked it. And then they panicked because it caused hundreds of thousands of damage. Our knowledge seekers have not understood the difference between the energy transfer in the matter state and in the plasma state. In the matter state, you push, you have to overcome. In the plasma state, you get sucked. Already the passage is open. When you suck something, you already clear the way in front. That's why you can suck it in. The resistance is less. You try to fill a tank in with putting a pressure water in. You try to fill a tank in with the water open and just suck the air out of the other. It goes in. But we still have the situation we have today. None of you have understood. I stood with Alex in Trani, and I thought, my God, we're not going to understand. Charging a battery should be as easy as ABC. That's why you get, when you charge a battery, it gets heated. This is the problem.
Tesla, if it goes, the Tesla cars, if they heat up, if they charge up the batteries very quick, they get heated up, they get burned up, because it's a resistance it has to push. But if you create a sink afterwards that you suck it out, so you need to create a sink, and that sink is a capacitor which you can energy use yourself to feed back into the system. You use your own generation. And our research team are in Kukusran. I gave up after 3 months. And instead of going forward, they put everything down and gone back to the course, as we see in demonstration. As I always say, it's an old English say, you can take a horse to the water, but you cannot make it to drink. I can teach everything you don't understand. As I said in all the teaching, it goes according to the intelligence of them. You haven't become intelligent or understood the work of the plasma. When you don't understand, how do you want to get in touch with your soul? You're still entangled in it. There's a stagnation. We have a problem. And this problem has to be sorted somehow. You push, but it's easier to pull. You push against 100 kilo, you get pulled by 300 kilo. Which one do you want to go faster? And you haven't understood the principle. And your Magrav system works. Everything wrong is Mr. Keshe is teaching. Everything is wrong with Keshe Foundation technology. Because you lot have not understood the principal difference between plasma, superconductor, and matter. And you get hammered by it. You're scared to say, I work with Keshe Foundation. Because there's something wrong, he can't give the generator. It's in front of you. 3 times more, the most powerful over unity power we ever seen. None of you can deliver. And those who deliver, they see the power, they, excuse my French, they need pampers. They become chickens. You have to sink that energy into the system. Your flight system are sitting there. Our most advanced plasma units have packed it up because they create so much energy they know what to do. Now they're chickened out. You have to understand the plasma ratio, the sink, the biggest in knowledge in the world of science is the sink condition. If you look in a very simple system, in a very, very simple way, why do the plasmas flow in a solar system? The sun is here. It's not that the field of the sun moves. In those who have moved, some weaker plasma systems are here. In trying to feed these, it creates a rapid move. It's this which creates this motion, not this blowing out. And that has not been understood. This is the copper wire, and this is the superconductor you created. I gave it the most efficient energy system, energy absorber in the world. British government has done the research on nanolayers. It says 99.99 is the most perfect black material. What does black mean? It means it absorbs the full spectrum of energy. It's the end of 2018. I hope somebody hears my cry of knowledge and we move to a new dimension in 2019. And this is what it is, the difference between the plasma and the matter state. And our knowledge seekers are happy to have something in their hand because they have no trust in their own knowledge. I cannot explain it any better.
The weaker feeds the strong. The weaker condition in its position to feed to be fed by the stronger, it creates a condition to confirm its existence, and it creates its matter state. That's how we get particles, and then we get planets. Going back to the teachings that we had, that's what it is. I hope you understand, and I hope we go forward by 2 centuries, going back 1.5 centuries. Klaus, would you like to show your other products?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to show you. Let me just share my screen. We got the new products already on the web shop. So if you would like to order the portable field unit we just showed you, just go on the web shop. It's everything here with all the beautiful pictures. Also the field unit, plasma field unit, is on the web shop already. And during I'm showing this, I would like to thank the whole team, which was working very hard in the last weeks and months under hard conditions and environment. So they are working day and night to develop this technology further. And I thank each and every one of them very much. As you might have seen, there is another little product on the shop, which we call here field replication unit. This is the unit a lot of us are used to use, especially also in the medical area, in order to, as we said, copy fields. This is the unit where we have the basic ganses around a glass, and additionally with the amino acids inside. It's a very simple but very effective way of, for instance, creating or releasing the fields of originally banana, but of all different types, especially for medical purposes, fields into the water in the center. So this can be ordered also from now on the web shop of the foundation. Good, this is all from us today. I would thank you very much for your attention, and especially again to the team. We're gonna have a celebration today here, and we celebrate the last year and all the great things we had together, we developed together, and all the transitions we went through. And we're going into this, let's call it in the Christian way, Christmas celebration. And we will still listen to the teaching, of course. Thanks a lot, and back to you.
You don't want to tell us the prices?
If we go back to the shop, I can show you the prices. The field replication unit has here the price of 80 euros. The plasma field unit is the same price like the plasma ball unit, 4,900 euros. And the portable version of it, 1,800 euro. This is exclusive VAT and shipping.
Thank you very much.
What I would like to take you in the other part of the teaching, as I said before, we had to go to this part, is originally, can I have a white screen please? Well, up the white screen now. Originally, if we go back into the teaching of past few weeks, as we said, we understood the creation of matter. And we understood the interaction of the creation of the matter, how life was created. Then we spoke about the soul, which is again the opposite way. But what has to be understood, and then the steps as part of the teaching in the past has been done, is how the soul of the man connects itself to the physicality of the man, which we explained in the teachings. It has to do with the dimension of the calcium. But what is not understood, or we need to explain further, because our medical teams will grasp this if you understand it very quickly, is why calcium? As I said, if you look at the immune system, has a calcium in it. If you look at the structure of every cell of the man, has a calcium connection with it. And then if you look at the whole physicality of the man, you have calcium, which is all bones. If you call it, depends on the concentration. But we have to understand how this happens and what it is. Then it creates a lot of things in the science of creation, for a lot of them. Because on this planet, you connect to calcium. What about in other positions? How come that only calcium is found as a matter state of the body of the man? When you die, the only thing we find is the bone. Sorry, I got kicked out. I'm coming back in again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We have an internet problem. So what happened? We go back to understanding. The original understanding is just a macro and micro, but somehow in between, as I said, with even nano layers, this thing gets lost in understanding. The rays of the sun, when they come to reach planet Earth, in interaction with the field, magnetic field of the Earth, convert. With the interaction with the magnetic field of the Earth, they convert through the inertia of the planet into the matter state of the planet. So what happens? The inertia of the planet, the matter state of it, dictates what we absorb as a matter state. So it's the same with the body of the man. When the soul of the man radiates in interaction with the strength of the gravitational magnetic field of the body of the man, which is all calcium based, then itself creates matter state of itself, which is the calcium. But you have to understand another principle in the whole structure of the creation. You have a phosphor, you have a sulfur, and why the whole structure of the, what you call DNA, is based on the phosphor. Conversion of it. So if you understand this principle, then you understand why in the Earth atmospheric condition we produce calcium. And then we actually convert exactly what the Earth does with converting the magnetic field of the sun into the different matter states according to different strength. It's the same thing happens. The body of the man converts the energy into matter, but at a calcium state. So if you understood this, it means the soul of the man has a physical dimension in inertia of calcium. What it means
when the soul of the man is created, at certain point, before it becomes to the matter state, it has a filter of the calcium strength level. It has an inertia of the calcium. And now, because of its structure, it creates calcium. Whatever it comes to its boundary, and then if you look at the jaw of the man, which is, there is no brain on this end, it's open, then it creates a spinal cord. And then if you look at the jaw of the man, it creates the ribs. Why do we have the arms? The same principle. If you look at the shape of the head of a man, which means radiation field according to the calcium, this gives you the shape of the man. And the field strength is so much and concentrated that it creates a spine. If you look at the spine of the man with the disc in it, it's very much the definition of RNA and DNA, with the difference that the RNA goes in the center, and DNA, which is the physicality, is set in space gaps. One amino acid, one phosphate. But if you look at the atomic structure level of phosphorus, calcium, potassium, and sulfur, and understand this, then you understand how a spinal cord is a copy of the DNA of the man. The helix effect of it is controlled by the ribs. It gives it a straight condition. So our soul, in the condition of the atmospheric matter state of this planet, has and dictates limitation as calcium. When we go to another planet, it could be different thing. So now the shape and the matter of us in respect to that dimension changes. It doesn't mean that when our soul reaches at this point, zinc and calcium and CO2 become the matter state. Here it's the same soul. The material within the environment is there. It might not allow you a structure like a skull. It's different material. Again, it goes back to what just we taught just a few seconds about the systems. It depends on what the atmosphere around the soul allows it to travel, and it creates a condition for. If it is the same as Earth and the same conditions, you're back to calcium. You create another man. If it's different composition, you might create a different man with a head like this. This is how the soul of the man works. Strong, and it has to, within the limit like a sun, to come to this point. And that point of matter state dictates the inertia for the soul of the man according to his environment. When we understand this, then we understand the structure of the creation in any part of the universe. And this is what is important, to move to the next step. Move into the dimension of the realm of the field transfer and not on the realm of matter transfer. The same as the sun, at certain points has its surface, because at this point it creates not the matter of itself, but the plasma of matter itself. It does not have that tangibility. But the earth in opposite does. Then you have the surface, solid matter, because it carries the inertia. The surface of the sun carries a plasma inertia. Here is a matter inertia. And if you understand the difference between the earth inertia positioning and the sun plasmatic, then you understand how you have a skull and you have a softer skin. One is literally matter conditioned plasma, and one is a plasma conditioned matter. Very simple. Then the process of creation in the universe is understood. A little bit more. This is why it's important for all of us to move on to the next step. This is the same thing if you understood the creation of the soul and what dictates at what point that the soul creates a conditioned field structure of the plasma, of the calcium, and then it gives it the physicality of the bone of the man to pull it back in. Once it's created, it needs it back, and then it's pulling in. Then, very simply, you have understood how to create your spaceship in physical dimension. There's no difference. And this needs maturity of understanding. If you look at it, your body, your physical body, it's exactly what is in reality the inertial mass surface of your soul. Because that's why soul, or the brain of the man, is connected to the skin of the man. It's the same thing, because there it reduces it and piles it up. Here you reduce it and they pile it up. Here you call it the brain, here you call it the skin. And then if you manage to create a beam of it, because here it cannot go anywhere, you create a spine, you create inertia within the structure. That's why we are vertical. If this closes and we can target it, you become much taller, most probably different. We have to understand the total principle of the creation. Then, if you understood this, it's very simple. You run your core, you create a condition on it. Here you create hydrogen, here you create copper, here you create gold. If you, in so many ways, understood, it's very simple. You have a system which radiates. You put another system which blocks, but at the same time, being weaker, it pulls. Its interaction creates your matter state. If what you're seeing with the system with the clouds, if you understood what it does and he explained to you that the field flows, if you can correctly control the current, you can produce matter. This is not just a system which creates field, but the strength of the what you call the current you put through these coils. Now you can dictate what matters you can produce. Put a higher current flow, put a lower current flow, different combination, and put a filter on it, and you see what you collect. This is a gold machine. This is not only a system which creates for a health system. Fundamentally, what you do by introducing a third system into it, you condition created what's on the third system. The flow, you introduce the inertia, you collect. If it's in the plasmatic condition, you collect, you have your spaceship back. You have the skin of the man. Systems which Klaus showed, if you understand it, it's everything you want. This is what we are aiming at. Next step for you to move on, all the knowledge is on the table. You want to carry on with the use of the plasmatic condition, you can. You want to create a matter condition, you have to introduce the inertia, because the gravity of the Earth and the Sun is still the same. Somebody has to dictate, here I want this. Then it will shine and it will rain gold. Look at what Peter showed us 2 years ago. He could produce, now you understand. You put 2 plasma conditions in your dynamic system and you put a matter state in here. You collect what you need. And nobody does it. Because we do not even trust in what we walk on, which is this planet Earth, which is created through the same process. Even our own skin and body is created through the same system. If you look at it, our lungs is a floating tank using the air. And that's why it goes up right or whatever. We have not understood, with all the teachings, the difference and understanding the principle of the creation. I was told, do not tell people you do not understand. It's insulting. You all understand, but you have not comprehended the knowledge. See, I define the same thing. One system is a human body, one system is Earth, one system is a spaceship, but it's all the same. Give me a flower. Would you like a cake, a bread, or a toast? It's the same flower, it's the same magnetic field. The strength of the field, the interaction of the field, the position of the field will give you different things. This is what hopefully 2018 closes the book, and many of you will become educated to move to 2019. It's very simple. It's just maybe sometimes we need these questions to be asked and we can put things in order. There's no difference. Why do you have a physical body, and why do we have different shape and size and colors in different parts of the world? It's the interaction of the soul of the man with his environment. Short, tall, white, brown, yellow, whatever. It's just how the soul in interaction with the 3 layers which create the tangibility of the physicality will manifest itself. Now you're white in this part of the world, brown in the other part. But when you go into space, this environment changes. Why not allow the 3 layers of skin to produce as a calcium level? It might move into plutonium level. It will become a totally different thing. This is part of the teaching we have to understand. Because till we don't understand this, we will not have the command of our soul in the dimension of physicality. If you understood this, I hope you did, then you remember we spoke about this little reptile, which we cut its tail and then tail grew back, and we said we can do the same. Now if you understood this, the same things, we call it a chameleon, huh? How does a chameleon changes its colors? Oh, the changes the chemistry, whatever. No, chameleon has a soul and has a brain. Danger changes the strength of the soul, changes the spirit instantaneously. Because understands the gravitational magnetic field of the tree or the leaf or the ground is on. That's all. Every other thing has been taught by the world of science. Chemistry does this. No, because we never looked at the size of the creation and the principle of the creation. Man in space will become a chameleon because if he understands what it means to use his soul, and then with what is there. It's as simple as ABC if you understand the basics. Why do some animals have no spinal cord? Why they have no calcium in it? There's no bone structure. Have a look at the structure of the skin and the soul and the strength of it and the size of it and the position of it, which dictates there is no need for calcium structure or bone structure. In the matter state, it means the soul does not create inertia in the matter state to give a bone structure, but it creates inertia in the plasma state, which gives you the soft body. The worms are that. If you understand this, we have to understand this before we become what are called creatures of the space. It's not to become a chameleon, it's becoming to understand the operation of the soul of oneself. And this is very much what is not understood. And we fight it with chemicals, with tablets, with everything else. Because we don't understand the separation between the plasmatic flow and the matter state flow, and inertia, which is a condition of the acceptance of the fields of the inner energy of the matter state with the environment which it operates in. And this situation, if I have to go over it hundreds of times till you start understanding, will carry on. Your maggraph systems doesn't work because you still look at the coils where they are. You had the nanolayers, but you forgot one thing, these are nanolayers. You have a field interaction. You have a power supply here which goes. This at the point of interactions creates at a copper level, because this is dictated to the copper. That's why you nanocoat your wires. At the point of interaction of the matter state to the inertia of the plasma. And if you have indentation here and it doesn't work, so you can't nanocoat properly. There's no difference between the maggraph system and the way the soul of the man creates its dimensions. It creates. And our research teams don't understand this. They go back into, let's find some coil, let's burn some coil, let's do something else. This is the cornerstones of wireless power production. And I'm a very, very bad teacher because I let people do till they're mature enough to go to the next step. We came to create fields, we go back to creating nanomaterials. What we saw from Austria flow of the fields, dynamic flow without a motor, brought us back into nano layers and gases and whatever. Where we should have got to the next step. There's no flow dynamic, understanding it, developing it, and you can feed the whole nation with 1 or 2 systems. If you understand the operation between the physicality and the soul of the man, as I said, many of you say, how can we reach our soul? This is your physicality, and I said to you, you're asleep, you can go to it. It's part of the teachings. Now you have to understand how to sneak in. This is your current flow, this is your plasma flow, but you got stuck with the inertial system. Because one thing I've not understood in the full condition of it is this physicality, this emotion, this what you call tangibility of the physicality is within the soul of the man. We have accepted the field of the soul. Now we have to understand even what we feel. Our emotion comes from our soul. Then we are within it. And it's us who dictates and can dictate how to concept. Many of you ask, how can I reach my soul? It means it has not been understood. You are within the soul. I'm made man in the image of myself. It's my physicality can feel and understand the existence of the soul, so the soul existence is within itself. We are in it. It's what you understand, then you can dictate. Then you can condition it. It's not somebody in a space that tells you, oh, now I'm going to have 14 legs. The soul sees itself in respect to its environment and it decides. It means the next step in the knowledge seekers is understanding the structure of the soul of the man itself. Soul is not just a sun, it has a structure. And in that structure there are emotions, there are tangibility, visibility, everything is in it. It's the confidence in understanding the operation of the soul which dictates the manifestation of the physicality. These simple understandings brings a lot of comfort, but somehow we fall back because we would like to see the physicality, we would like to see the tangibility, we would like to be able to confirm we exist. We have not accepted that we exist within our soul. Then we create different bands and there every other plan. What's the next step in us trying to escape and go through the steep time to the soul? Because that's what you understand, that's what I have to teach you. Because you know that way there is something goes on. But how do you have the memory of your dreams? How come part of your brain can record the motion of the soul, physicality of the soul, the emotion which went through seeing the soul of the mother or the father? How come we can imagine the smell of a flower, the beauty of a body we touch? We don't need to have it. How come some of us end up with Parkinson? Due to imagination. So we know we have access to it. It's just that we have to connect it to confirm our own existence. In fact, we have to confirm the operation and understanding of the operation of the soul of the man. It's not just soul, it's just there. Here is a sun. How come we went and it gone through, we analyzed every structure of the bodies on the surface of the sun. What temperature, what's inside, helium, hydrogen, this could be that. Now we have to understand the structure of the soul of the man within the soul. Then we see the light of it as the sun. Doesn't matter what it creates, Jupiter, Saturn, man, black, white, blue eyes, whatever. We up to now spoke about the soul of the man. There is a soul. Now for you to understand how to reach the soul of man, you have to understand the operation. The soul of the man is a sun. And it radiates. Now we have to go to understand the inner structure of the soul of the man, which is the same as in macro and micro. No difference between the soul of the man and the sun. It shines, it lights. When it creates tangibility, we have the planets. When it creates tangibility, we have the body of the man. When it creates tangibility, we have the spaceship. Now, what is within the structure of this soul? This is where the new knowledge starts. What is my soul made of? And how I can control it to radiate? How can I master it to shine? Go back to part of my teaching. I always said the members of Universal Council and the Earth Council will be recognized by their souls. Because these are those who will go into the inner structure of understanding the soul, operation of the soul, because there's no language, it's all unity. And then through it, they will shine. This is where the most of the teaching of past 6 months, 8 months, which we start talking about the soul, brings us to the structure of the soul of the man. And then we are one step closer to understanding the structure of the Creator, the Sun. If you think of it, understand it, the way in physics we gave different names for the same thing, in the code of creation we have given different names to the same thing. Creator, the Sun, the soul of the man. At different strength in the micro and the macro. There is no difference in the operation. If we endeavor to understand the structure of the sun, once we understand it, we understand the structure of the soul of the man. And in the same process, we understand the structure of the soul of the Creator. And in what strength it manifests itself in the dimension of physicality at the inertial level, the strength of this environment. Now, how and the way we structure the soul, or is it structured for us, or can we change it, or at least understand the operation of it in a micro and in a macro, that we can become the comedians. Respect the condition of the environment we want to manifest ourselves. We came from the matter state into nano, into plasma, and now, as I said, as a nuclear physicist, we come inside the plasma. We see fields, we see conditions. Now, from now on, we have to understand the operation of the fields. How come some of these fields create a condition of understanding? How come some of these fields create a condition of vision? And in that process, if you understood it, what does it do? It's very simple. This is the soul of the man, and this is the brain of the man. At the field here to here, it creates a position of vision. And then in respect to that, and respect to itself, it creates the eye of the man. Because now, as it can see, it can be seen. each one in a state of the matter plasma of itself to the matter condition of the field of itself in the environment. Baha'u'llah Blessed's name understood, and Christ, but they could not explain. Tesla came close to it, but he never understood the theology of the creation. Maybe man for the first time understands. We have to understand the structure of our own soul. The sun, soul of the Creator. There is no difference, they all shine the same. It depends the way we became the star, the sun, and from it we created the planet, and from the magnetic field of the creation we created the physicality of the man, and in that position, in direction of the soul of the man, we created that mission of physicality, of tangibility. We have the eye. We have the physicality of the brain, we have the physicality of the soul of the man, we have the physicality of the sun, we have the physicality of the Creator. There is no difference. It just depends where we have the dimension of tangibility in the magnetic field, gravitational field, and strength, which means where the gravitational field and magnetic field balance out. There is no motion. That is the point, and that is the strength of what we call the tangibility. If you look at it very much, yin and yang, at the point of here is a point of manifestation of matter state. Depends how you interact, depends what you create. In a way, if you look at it in a very clear way, when you put it there, that point is the point of manifestation of the matter state in the gravitational field, the strength of the environment which these two operate. Call it the physicality of the planet, the physicality of the body of the man, the physicality of the soul of the man. But then you have to understand, as I said, what is going on inside, how it's created. We're all interested about the organs of the man, and now we have to understand about the structure of the soul of the man, which is exactly the same. If you feel something, it means your soul has a strength of feeling. It has a structure within it that it can understand what's come to it and what it goes and how it got to react. It transfers that into the physical dimension in your brain, and you say, well, I have emotion. My God. And then it goes back, does the sun have emotion? From the what it receives through the dimension of physicality of the planet and the stars and what you call it, moons and the rest of it. We have to understand to be able to survive in the deeper space. In a way, to be able to survive our souls in the space of the soul of the Creator. That's all this space is. We created the space within the structure of the soul of the man, we call it the body of the man. In non-dimensional, when we can do, now we have to work within the space of the soul of the Creator. And in that field, to become the sun and become the soul and be able to manifest ourselves anywhere, in respect to the condition of the creation. That's all we are doing with the space technology. We are moving, understanding the structure of our soul, and moving from the space gap of the magnetic gravitational field of the sun in respect to our soul, to the dimension of gravitational field of the Creator in respect to our soul. We move one step further, one step higher in understanding to be able to function at a higher strength. That's all it is. I can paint it for you in any way, and I call myself the messenger, the God, the guru, and whatever name you want to put on it. That's all we're trying to do. To teach the soul of the man to be able to function at a different strength. And that strength is the condition of the magnetic field of a bigger plasma You call it the galaxy, which is more compact, a condition of one environment, or in the dimension of the universe, or in fact in the dimension of the soul of the Creator. We move from little room into a football pitch. It's still the same man, still the same soul. Then we need to understand the structure of the soul to be able to manifest yourself in the dimension of the field of the Creator, in a bigger span of the universe than in the dimension of the, what are called rechewed fields, which now is a solar system. Is it time for the man to reborn in the dimension of the universe? We were born from the dimension of the womb of the mother, which is the same into this planet. And this planet was created the same way from the sun. And now with this technology, with what you understand from the creation of the soul of the man, man has to be ready to transport itself through his soul to the dimension of the physicality of the universe and the soul of the Creator. That's all. This is the biggest Christmas gift I could give you. But I hope you appreciate the gift. And don't get busy just with the package. My little boys, when they were very young, I used to buy them big box. They needed work table, a kitchen, you know, they could stand in front of it. And I was so proud. We bought them this box. Now they have a tool table they can play and hammer. Take the toy out. What do? They go in the box. They were happy with the box. This thing didn't matter. And it's exactly like man. You're happy with an empty box. You're just happy with that cage. And this is what the new teaching is. Moving on. I try to teach you, to explain to you in every shape or form about the interaction of the fields, the existence of the fields, and everything to do with the gravity and magnetic field, the position of your soul, the strength of the soul, and now you have to understand the structure of the soul. If you do not understand the structure of the soul, how can you survive in the span of the universe? Has the chameleon understood more than a man? That it can change the field interaction by absorption of different fields in the level of this magnetic field of the physicality, the soul of physicality. That's how it changes its color. So, what is the structure of the soul of the man? Now, with this, where do we go? Or do you want me to teach you everything about Tom, Dick, and Harry, but never show the paths? You choose. I have all the time in the universe. I've been the traveler of this span for millions of years. And I've had many students. You tell me how clever you are, my teacher. Up to now, you wanted to crawl and be happy with a little bit of sandpit here and there. How do you use the soul of the man and replicate its position and direction and emotion in a system? Arizona has been trying very hard and they jump everywhere with it. Austrians go backward with it, and people in Italy are busy with few t-shirts. Would you like me to sell you a soul converter? And then you bleed? How are you going to look in the space of the universe in the presence of the soul of the Creator? The way your soul has led to the creation of your physicality interaction with this environment, done the same thing with you in respect of the sun, and the same thing with the sun in respect of the soul of the Creator. Where they balance, they have created the condition of interaction of the plasmas, and then when they balance, they create condition of the matter state of the existence. And they are submerged. So, ask yourself, what is the structure of my soul? What is and how does my soul operate? Not that I have a soul. Oh my God, we had this for 3,000 years. Holy Spirit and the rest of it. But where does this Holy Spirit comes? Where is the soul of the man? Now we know the position of it. Now we have to understand the structure of it. Then man becomes one step further to become the traveler of the universe, unicorns, and within the soul of the Creator. That's all it is. If you look at it, if you haven't understood it, it's a very simple way. This is the sun. Then this is the 9 planets. This one is, somebody's microphone is open. Can you close it, please? Somebody's microphone is open. This is a Saturn. It creates more gases. Then it comes there and it becomes the Earth and the rest of it. But it's the same field. The environment is the huge. And then it comes, it becomes more compact and loses, and it becomes, and so then it goes back in. This is the soul of the man, and distance from the soul of the Creator. That's where you sit. And as you mature and you understand, you come closer, you come in the direction until you become part of the soul of the Creator. The whole process starts exactly like a sun, exactly like the soul of the man dimension of the physicality. There's no difference. Unless you want to make it different, because we are human, we are a special. The special edition of Christmas version of the same thing. How come? I touched this a few weeks ago and you never understood, so I left it. How come you can feel this here and the same here? We call it the left and the right. This controls my left arm, this controls my right arm. And where did this come from? If that is there, and it has a strength to become its physicality, so the soul has arms, has condition of motion, understanding, feeling, whatever you want to call it. But this planet has decided. And if this is the position of your emotion of laughter, and it's there, so where is the emotion of the feeling of the soul? In happiness, understanding that is given life to not receive it. So what is the structure of this thing? According to our scientists who never understood the creation of the plasma of the sun, we have a problem here. And this is at a high temperature, the surface of the sun is 10 million degrees, and the other one says it's 37 degrees, and then we don't know what's inside it. The scientific world at the edge of the what we call plasma technology have created the models of how the structure of the inner part of the Earth, the sun will be, and creates its vortexes. There is a scientific paper, read it, it's very interesting. So, if that creates different condition, is the Earth and the Jupiter and the rest reflection of what is in this? Does it make it happy to see the sun? Does it make it happy to see the Earth as part of it? What does the anger comes from, and how do you get fields and meteorites? All with creation of fields. No motors, no generators, and nothing else. But this is what we have to understand from now on. The operation of the soul of the structure of the soul of the man. because the structure of the physicality of the man confirms the existence and the operation of the soul of the man, a replica of itself. But here, in physicality, we see the dimension of interaction with the environment. So, what is the structure of your soul? And if you can listen to the noises of the environment, how do you listen to the ears of your soul? How come we can dream and understand the noise, the voice of the mother and the father who died years ago? Because they are not dead. They changed the dimension of physicality. The soul still exists and is still in communication because they were creators. We have a common denominator. They were the essence of our creation. So is the soul of the man in the essence of the creation and the creator. Do we hear the voice of the creator, the call of the creator? Have we become so pure to be able to understand it? Or we're still looking for the ear to hear? Because we always relied on the dimension of physicality to confirm something outside. Now we know where it is inside. Now inside can we hear both the dimension of the physicality and the dimension of plasma in the matter state. In so many ways, if you look at it, the operation of the soul of the man goes back to the same soul. You want to operate on this one, or a superconductor on this one. This is the matter state of your physicality. This is the dimension of the creation and the creator. But both carry the same field. Can you imagine what a horrible time the soul of the man goes when it comes for you to dream of your mother? Now you have the physicality, you have to remember it in the dimension of the physical brain, in a memory bank. If they say this is the memory bank of the man, you remember this. But can somebody tell us how come we have a memory bank of our dreams? Where is that? Or is it within this? And we still find a connection to remember it. Because when we dream, it's not a physical dimension. So it has a storage for itself. Where is in the dimension of physicality of the man, in the soul of the man? It's important now to understand the structure of the soul. And those of you who cross that line, you will understand the operation, you will come in touch with your own soul. You hear through the, what I call the ear of the soul of the man. You see through the soul of the man, not through the eye of the man, or you don't hear the voice of the man. And then you ask, how can I find my soul? How can I get in touch with my soul? The soul is your created. You have to find out how you're in it, but you don't see it. Then you'll find out you're already part of it. You have become part of it. Then what you have to do, the way your ear became the level of confirmation of existence of this, now your soul ear has to become the creation, creator, understanding the soul of the creator. The ear moves up. Or do we still have to wait for the aliens to come, that there is a life outside and there are different us? In the universe, we have the full spectrum according to the understanding of the soul and the strength of the soul, and in comprehending the operation of the creator. I teach, and in time man will understand. Oh, 10,000 years ago this guy who was there, he said such a thing, now we understand. Or you can save yourself 10,000 years for your great grandchildren, and you mature to the point yourself. So simple. Do you want to hear to the ear of the man, or do you want to hear to the ear of the soul of the man? And then you understand, then there's no dimension, no time and no space, which is the dimension of the Creator, because you're part of it. Very originally, when I started to discuss the world of creation and understanding, and in many of my teachings you listened, I refer to something very simple and nobody can answer. What is the speed of the magnetic field from the magnet? Is it in the matter state or is it in the state of the plasma? Is there a difference between the magnetic field from the magnet and magnetic field from the GANs? Arizona has done a test very recently and they never understood what they did, but in a way they showed it. They have ganses and they put a magnet under it and it plays. They heat up the GANs and then they play the magnet and it doesn't play. Is John online in the background?
Yeah, I'm here.
John, could you please show us your videos about the one you make with a magnet and how the ganses move, and then when you heat it up, then it doesn't work?
Yeah, let me find them in the background.
Please. Then you understand the same thing. It's the same plasma, it's the same GANs. You change the environment of it and it doesn't interact with the matter state of it. There's a lot of research work goes around the Keshe Foundation, different teams, and the understanding has to open up. If you understand this, then you understand the position of the soul of the man and a different dimension. It's the same when you have a magnet. If you heat it up, it doesn't work in the magnetic field, and it's not a magnet anymore. Or through the heat you can control the strength of the magnet. But you find out it's still there, but somehow it doesn't work. Get yourself a magnet, put it on a heater, and then you find out. Put a magnet in a, what do you call it? This liquid guns, you have silicon guns that heat up, and then take the magnet out of it when it cools down and try to test it. And depends how hot this glue is, it gives you the dictates the power of the magnet you have in operation. If you look at the cups, the plasma cups, which our friends opened up and took it to the nucleus, and then they found out it's not magnets because they never understood. I heat up different magnets in different rays and I create the strength I need. But they don't understand it. If you look, some of the cups I've made, when you look, some of them has a touch of glue, hot glue, and some of them are covered with a glue, because the more I cover, the weaker I make. I can go at the hydrogen, or I can operate at the oxygen level. The ring magnet is a copy of the same as the soul of the man and the structure of the physicality of the man. That's why when you inhale, you can reach the soul. When you drink, you go to the physicality, and when you eat, you go to the dimensional matter state. This is what you have to understand how, and then if that's the case, does the soul operate at one strength and then in respective environment manifests itself? The soul of the man, if you look at the physicality of the man, is a very, very simple system. You have the lungs, as I've said before, this is for the atmosphere, the air condition. You have the water and the liquid part of it, which is the blood and the lymph. This is for the water environment which works on there. And then you drink water for it, because to compensate the operation of this, you have the kidneys for it to dispose of it. And then you have the matter state of it, which is the minerals or whatever we eat, and you have the digestion system for it. It's three systems put together. And then the soul of the man understands these three environments and creates a condition for it to exist. For its matter state, in the strength of the calcium, it gives the bone structure. In the liquid state, it gives the lymph and the blood. In the air, it gives you the long conversion of the field of the plasma. Now, all there to convert fields that it can feed the soul. When you understand how do you feel, how does it work, the soul of the man must be very weak, because a bigger field can feed it. But the soul of the man is strong enough to feed out to a weaker, that it allows you to create your physical damage. So if you look at it, the earth gravitational magnetic field compared to the soul of the man is weak. So it allows it to create its physical dimension to feed, to compare itself in balance of the fields. In feeding it, creates a dimension of physicality. And then it puts a cap on it, which you call the skull of the man. Man has to understand the totality. And then in the space, you're not amazed if you see a chameleon. Because then you understand what that soul operates at, what the strength. Creation is so simple, and made has made it so difficult. In fact, if you look at it, I was teaching this, I was talking to a man of God. You know, in time, we have made many statues. But the worst statue man has made for the soul of the man is the physicality of the man he worships. We made these and we worship them. But now we made this and we worship ourselves. And that's where man has gone wrong. Looking outwards instead of looking inwards to find the truth about himself. What a beautiful dress I wear. Look at my legs and look at this. Look at the beauty of my soul. Means I can understand the dimension of the creation. We just changed the statues and the temple. Made it with the possibility of moving. We call it the physicality of the mind.
I got that video if you want to see it.
Please, sure. Stop sharing.
Okay. Okay, can you see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we can get it.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're here in Arizona. This is some CH3 that's just gone through the process of putting fire to it. And David has a magnet here, a neodymium magnet, and I'll show him what happens with the magnet. Now you see how it's got that light field in the center when David's turning the magnet? That light is being created by the magnet. And see how it's all standing on end? Okay, now David, go with the regular CH3 that hasn't gone through the fire. This is just regular CH3. He's got the magnet under it.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. That's it. Okay, it's back to you.
I'm not sure if the video came through clearly for people. I had trouble seeing it. It just showed it as a series of images that were choppy, to say the least. Did anybody else see it okay, clearly? So I might be having a bandwidth problem here.
He has to turn optimization on.
To turn it on would be better for the video. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Do you want to try it again, John, so we could see?
Let's try it again. Let's see here. Okay, we're here in Arizona. Can you see that okay? Let me get it on full screen. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, and turn the audio down as well, because it really amplifies it on the Zoom.
So I'm playing it through the sound system.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
This is some CH3 that's just gone through the process of putting fire to it. And David has a magnet here, a neodymium magnet, and I'll show him what happens with the magnet. Now you see how it's got that light field in the center when David's turning the magnet? That light is being created by the magnet. And see how it's all standing on end? Okay, now David, go with the regular CH3 that hasn't gone through the fire. This is just regular CH3. He's got the magnet under it.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. Okay, and I'll stop share. Okay, did that come through okay?
Yeah, that was much better. Thanks, John.
Okay. So it was our belief that when we did it with the fire, the CH3, that we created nanoparticles of CH3 in a matter condition. Hello, anybody there?
I heard you.
Okay. We did a similar thing with the deuterium and tritium and hydrogen. And when we put those through a fire, what we like to do is add some of those, what we call nanomaterials, in with our GaNs materials. Then we put them in a blender and we amplify the fields of the GaNs material to what we believe is a much greater extent. So rather than being one time, single times the field of the GaNs material, maybe it's 50 times stronger when it goes through the blender, and it contains the nanomaterials. These nanomaterials would work similar to the nanomaterials that we talked about with the copper wires.
Okay, one reason it's a little quiet, John, is Mr. Kesh just dropped, and we're waiting for him to reconnect here. So that's why we're not getting a response from Mr. Kesh, probably. You may have to recap a bit of that for him when he comes back.
So one of the things that we found you can do is you can take what I call a weaker GANs or the original GANs and put it together with an amplified GANs, which would be one that has gone through the blender. And the two of those, being that they're the same material, it's the concept of the weaker feeding the stronger. So you can move the direction of your, I'll call it your compressed fields. What you want to do is compress the fields in the middle. You can move the direction of your compression inward or outward.
Okay, it looks like Mr. Kesh is back now. Are you there, Mr. Kesh?
Yes, I can hear you. What you have to understand is when you show the CH3 and when you show most of your materials and then you heat it up and it doesn't work under the magnetic field, is because most of your gases are created on the gravitational magnetic field strength of the planet. And your CH3 has an ion compound magnetic field strength. And as I was explaining, when you heat it up, you change the field strength. And it doesn't work with the magnet. The reason you see that shine where the magnet is, it's the same as what you saw, the interaction of the field of the sun and the earth. What happens? You have the sun, which has the rays, and then you have the earth, and the interaction of the field creates shine. And then you're possible by seeing shine in front where the magnet moves, because now it's the same plasma. Now it's there, this is the earth, and you have the sun underneath. The interaction of the field creates a lighter color. This is a very good example of what we call how the blood gets energized and changes color in the blood, and we say it's oxygenized. Understanding the principle is what I said. Once you learn to walk, you can jump and dance and everything else you want to do. And it's part of the walking. When you heat it up, you change the condition. You increase, you add to. So now it's not at this level. If you find another magnet at a high level, you do the same, it'll start shining. That's why you have that shining line when you look at the magnet when he moves it. All it is, because back in again. Hello. So that's why you see the shine and the brightness. There's a gravitational magnetic field of matter state of the magnet, which interacts with gravitational magnetic field of the plasma of the GANs. But because they're of the same strength matter state condition, it shines, they interact. If you keep on looking at it and see how you see a brighter light, it's the sun and the earth. Now you control the sun underneath. Or is the plasma the sun? And you see the interaction of the weaker fields of it in the matter state inside of it bright.
Excuse me, Mr. Kesh, can we get you to reshare your whiteboard, please?
I don't want to do that. Do I have to? Okay.
Right, well, if you're trying to share it there, we're not seeing it.
No, no problem.
Okay.
Because I try to stay off it because we have.
Well, if it's maybe it's taking up too much bandwidth too. Perhaps I should.
There is a very interesting phenomenon. I'll explain very soon about it, about the interaction of the what we call polluted environment and bandwidth in the what you call internet. It's very interesting. You will understand soon. But what it comes to it is, this is what we saw. We see these bright colors which they show us by moving the magnet. The principle is the same. You create the interaction of the field of this ring magnet with the ganses. So now you have become the sun, the earth, whichever way. The two magnetic field, gravitational field of the ring with a plasma condition shows. If you put it with a metal, it's a matter state, so it interacts. But now because it's a plasma, and this has full spectrum of the plasma and the matter state, you get the light. This is the sun. You have created the first condition you can physically see the sun. Creation of light. This is a very important video. This should be part of the teaching for the children to understand straight away. This is why I said, how do we measure the strength of the magnetic field of the magnet? For the first time we can show it's in dimension of the plasma, it's a higher order, and because it's the plasma gans, we can show it.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from David here, who's I believe new to the show, and it's right. It seems to be right exactly what you're talking about. So, can we allow him maybe to ask his question to carry through this teaching? David, do you want to go ahead there?
Thank you very much, John, for such a beautiful video.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Just say who you are and where you're from as well, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'm David from French Guiana. So I'm an old knowledge seeker. I've been following your works for quite a while, and it's getting more and more interesting. And I wanted to come back to the soul teaching. So I was thinking about this question earlier in the show, and so now you went into the matter, GANs and CH3. But anyway, the question is, how could we possibly get into the full potential of our soul? How can we really feel this soul? You talked about it, you explained it, and now I'm really getting into deeper connection. You know, while you are talking, I'm trying to reach, to communicate or to feel this soul, but it's hard for me because yeah, I'm still stuck in the physical dimension.
Well, David, you had a comment in that Q&A that I thought was summed it up pretty good. That's why I brought it up, where you said, Mr. Keshe, I wish to get some understanding the way to encompass the soul sun and allow it to shine around our body as manifested as the aura, as you referred to it in past teachings. Thank you. So you were, Mr. Keshe was talking about that in his diagram, the encompassing of the sun in the GANs and so on. So I thought it was appropriate that way.
Thank you very much. We've seen something today with this presentation from John from Arizona. And we have seen how using the, what do you call, the galvanized metal with a nano-coated copper, which led to the creation of the CH3, where inside this galvanized is iron. It's coated. Just look at something else, and then you understand. Maybe some of you understand. Hope all of you understand. You remember the orange and the water? As we spoke last week, you managed to get the taste, and I said it's the soul of the man. It's
standing outside, you never considered that it's gone. Now you have made the gans of the soul of the man. This is here. And if you can get the gans of soul of the man and put in front of the soul of the man, what will you see? Would we observe the shine of the soul of the man to confirm the physicality of the man through his own interaction? Has that become the soul of the creator and the soul of the man? If you saw the shine here from interaction of the gans of the matter state, and now you create a transfer of the gans of the man in the field dimension, in the dimension of the matter state of the gans, and you put them in front of each other, make this dynamic. As you know, this is dynamic itself. What will you see? The aura of the man? Or the aura of the soul of the man? Yin and yang, confirmation of the existence and creation. This is what we have to understand. This is what you have to step up. And then you ask, what is the soul and how I can manifest the confirmation of my existence of my soul? If you have made it, and you can create it, and you can bring it in interaction, put it right against your head, you'll see the physicality. Would you see through the eye of the soul, or would you see through the eye of physicality? This doesn't have it, but this has it. Would you observe the interaction of your own soul with the creation of itself? That's what it is. 100%. If you had the sun and the earth, so shall be the soul of the man and manifestation of the plasma. Or this man is too scared to show itself. Or you call this the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man, then you have the manifestation of physicality. Would you see a new dimension? Or can you change this in the, this is the soul in the dimension of the soul yoga. If you create another atmosphere and you put the soul in it to create the dimension of your soul, to see the physicality of yourself in a new dimension, then you travel. How you look, what that atmosphere is, what you need to take with you if you want to go. The soul trapped in this according to the condition of the cancer or plasma field of the sodium. If you create a condition of field of another planet, the soul will take different dimensions and interacts with different dimensions and strength of the soul of the man. Then you see the dimension of your own physicality. Then we have to understand the structure of our own soul. Then we can create a chart of our own soul. This is what I said in the other teaching. You go from what to what, you remember? From physicality to the soul, and the soul to the physicality, and so on. Now you see what it means. You've gone from the energy of to the physicality, and through the interaction of it with the soul of itself, you create a manifestation of the physicality of the man. And this itself will have a soul that interacts with it, and then you have. This is how the skin of the man is created. This is how the universe is created. Do you want to see the aura of yourself, or do you want to see the condition of the physicality of yourself? But you cannot create it so at the moment you don't understand. There's no in time. Then you understand the computers of this time is useless because you travel through the strength of the soul communication, so you can control everything without computers. How does the Creator communicate with our soul? Has anybody seen fiberglass tubes, cables? Then you understand, in the world of the creation, there is no theology. It's understanding the totality of the creation. As I said, maybe this is the biggest Christmas gift I could ever give to humans. I hope you don't get entangled with the box and forget about the beauty of the tool. Any other question?
I have a question, if I could, Mr. Gish. This is John again.
Yes, John. John, you're so close in so many of your works. You're becoming a very pure soul. It's amazing what you're doing. I watch every video and I say, I hope this is what I see.
So it's my thinking that we can create GANs materials that will feed our soul. And from that GANs material that can feed our soul, we can put our soul into that material and create the field plasma from that GANs material of the soul. And in thinking about it, if we did that, then we could take 3 empty balls that have this, or 4 empty balls that have this soul material in it, nothing else but the field plasma of the soul material, and have our spaceship. Any thoughts?
I think you are 99.9% wrong and 100% right. Depends which side of it you want to sit.
Well,
to those who understand the matter state, you're wrong. You're right. And you're wrong. And those who understand the plasma state of it, you're wrong and you're right. Are you trying to go from the soul to matter state, or you're trying to create the matter state to create a soul from it? I'll tell you what, John. Very simple. Then you understand exactly what I'm talking about. We took a copper, we nano-coated it, and then we produced GANs of it. We put the GANs in the dynamic system in different ratios, and now we have a field. Would you like from these 2 coppers to create copper, or move this slightly at a higher strength and create gold? Transmutation of elements and the matter state was promised by Placidus named Baha'u'llah at the point of maturity. With this knowledge, the transmutation of the field of the plasma, understanding transmutation of the soul of the man, is the name of the game. Maturity of understanding the creation. If this is the soul of the creator and you are part of it because you're created by it, what would you see if you put in interaction? Would you see the soul of the man, how would it be created in Mars or planet Zeus at the point of the creator? Because you go back where it came from. You created that field from the copper, same as here. I made man in the image of myself. The soul of the man cannot be any different than the structure of the soul of the creator. So, are you right or are you wrong? Are you still in the dimension of creating copper and zinc and gold, or are you in the dimension of creating the same thing that is the same soul? And when you create the soul of the man, which is the strength of the Soul of the Creator, soul of the man shall not see nothing because it have the same balance. Go back into the books. Book 1. What I explained, very simple. When the two fields are equal, it will disappear. So it's the same with the soul of the man when it comes to the result, the soul of the Creator. Very simple.
Is there such a thing as the soul? Is the GANs of the soul?
You try to create it. I've seen your videos. You don't believe in what you're doing?
No, I do. I want to make sure I'm on the right track.
Shall I put an orange in there and I say, John, your soul in this orange. You can move the orange where you call and you can take your soul with you.
Okay.
Or shall I put that orange on the rotating ball and then I start rotating it and say, oh, there is something here. It's shimmering. But you don't think you see. What you see is the interaction between your soul and the soul of you, which is in the orange and interacting. I said, man will see the soul of his own children. And then would it be the same images? Goes back to what I said many, many times, and maybe as a Christmas is a gift to those of you who follow the path of Christ, bless his name. I'll take you to see the soul of Christ. With this teaching today, maybe you understand. It's the soul of the Christ and the soul of every man. It's the man who decides to see the copper, the zinc, the gold, or you decide to see the soul of the Creator or the soul of the Christ. Not with the eye of the man, but the understanding, the eye of the soul of the man. Because it could not be created out of anything else, out of this bandwidth.
Mr. Keshe, good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Dr. Azar.
And Mr. Keshe, if you can please explain the relationship, maybe please make a connection. If you remember, you talk about the cup, the GANs around it, and the orange on top. And then you said the ocean on the planet with the Creator on top, which is like orange. So the Creator, just the way orange essence went to the cup, the Creator, the way we say, I'm the image, I created image, but the man is image of myself, he created on top. The image of the God has gone to the ocean and we came from the ocean. So we started with the non-backbone, then the amphibian, and then backbone and upright. So the man came. And then this is one thing you talk about before. And then you talk about the sun. We came from the sun. And now, if we are the image of the Creator, and then we also come from the sun. So
the sun is the image of the Creator. Why do you put a separation?
So if the sun is also image of Creator, where is the deception of the sun came from?
Other bits in between. Other bits in between. If you put some rubbish in your salt, your GANs won't be the same as the salt with no rubbish in it.
So that means the Creator put rubbish in us?
No, there was some rubbish in between. It got in the bandwidth.
So how did the rubbish came from?
Oh, the interaction of the field of the universe.
So how can we get the rubbish out?
Understand the creation of your own soul, the structure of your own soul. Then the physicality doesn't exist. Souls are pure. Souls are pure. It's the interaction with the environment of the physicality which creates all the mess.
Okay. If you're saying soul is pure, I might have another question, because two people asked this question, but the answer wasn't clear. So you see, I understood if we get out of this planet, we go to a space, we have to be peaceful. So say I'm peaceful, we all go there. The planet is, we got to the elevation, we got peaceful, we went to the other side, we in the universe. and you describe like I go someplace and I see something that matches my strength, so I can feed to it, or I can become a virus to it. Why that I'm peaceful, I want to become a virus to another entity?
That's the decision you have. Why do you go to Spain or you go to North Pole?
But you know, but the decision of a man in physicality.
You see, there's one thing you haven't understood, Ajahn. Very simple. You haven't understood that your soul has a structure and it has a decision making.
Okay, well, why he wants to become a virus? Because the soul is.
Yeah, why do you go to North Pole? Why don't you go to sit in the sun in Bahamas this Christmas?
No, Michelle.
You choose.
But Mr. Keshe,
your soul has a choice because it has a structure of control of itself.
But when I become
You're still drawing a line, Azhar, huh?
I understand, but when I become a virus, it's not a good action.
Who says? Depends what it might be there for you.
So being a virus is okay.
Being what?
Being a virus, be a taker, because when I attach myself to something as a virus, I'm a taker. But why do
who says? Who says? It might take from you more than you think you're taking from it. It positions itself. You are not a free for one angle connection, are you? It's
you mentioned before, Mr.
Like a wrestling game. Just wait 1 second, Rick, please. It's like a judo, huh? You got two arms on the opponent, and the opponent's got two arms on you. One pulls and the other one pushes, and it topples over. At the same time, you have a hold on them, pulling and pushing. It's very simple. Sometimes the best thing is when you want to see is wrestling, is judo. We got these two white clothes, and you pull that white clothes is out the magnetic atmosphere of the man, and you see which one pulls and which one pushes. You all depend on each other.
Okay, so I understand this now, because now I understand why this doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But another question is, if each of us have to understand our soul, each of us have different jobs.
We don't need to understand our soul. We have to understand the operation of our soul.
The operation of the soul. I understand it. So
yeah. So you have to understand the structure of the soul. We never talked about it. I take you inside gradually. Unless you can go in and tell me what's inside, it'll be fantastic. Are you ready for it? I mean, would there be a confirmation of existence for man to exist?
Of course we're ready for it. Why not? We're listening to you. We're ready to understand it.
Oh, it took 5 years. You still make a mistake between the copper coating and nano coating superconductor and the matter state. Some are ready, without a doubt.
Mr. Keshe, if you talk about non-physicality, we understand. If you talk of physicality, at least I don't understand. But non-physicality.
But you are physical. How come you don't understand your own creation? This is a problem with you, dentist. You pull the tooth too much. You don't think there is a nerve and emotion inside it.
Mr. Keshe, I don't take out tooth. I repair them.
So fill it with the right material. You get the right.
No, I just touched them and they got well and send them home.
No, you have to understand a lot of things in the structure that up to now we had a problem to understand. The soul of the man is within the man. And now gradually we have to understand the operation of the physicality. So we take a macro to micro. We take the condition of the physicality of the brain of the man, the physicality of the man, and we understand the inner structure of the soul of the man. And once we understand that, the universe will be oyster of life for man in any dimension and position.
Mr. Keshe, when you talk about understanding, not to be able to be ready for it, I understand that part because I don't understand.
Can I see you in pink skin, please?
No, you know what? I can tell you this. Because I'm experimenting with, but feeling my soul, what is happening, because I have my physical body, which has the memory.
You see, I'm going to stop you there because I don't want you to feel your soul.
But I can.
No. Wait. You're not going anywhere. Just stop.
Okay.
You don't want to feel the operation of your soul. You want to understand how you see your soul feels. It's a big difference. When you want to understand the feeling of your soul, you're sitting still in a matter state, you want to understand different dimension. But when you go to understand the feeling of the soul itself, then you've broken through. It's no good sitting on the beach and say, oh, I understand the sun. You just getting the rays of it. Go inside the sun and see how the sun operates and see how it gives that light to you.
I get that. I get what you're saying. I get
So-
that. That's what I'm talking about. You know, when because I said when you said the man is not ready, we don't understand even this. I understand this because right now what is happening, what does it mean when you feel vacuum in your body? Because right now sometimes I feel vacuum in my body, which sometimes in the middle of night wakes me up with a sudden movement because I feel the vacuum, especially part of my body. I feel the vacuum. It's become a vacuum. It's nothing there. So I know I'm not ready for it because
Who
something
says you are not ready? So you're putting that wall up.
no, because it scares me. It just makes me.
Oh, you see, you're a scary cat.
It gives me.
Well, we have Lawrence that's asking a question: how to create suction on the soul? He says we have the body that does it, but how to become humble enough to go lower emotionally and increase the feeding? Is that a valid question?
But Mr. Kesh, I understand what you're talking about. I'm going slowly with it because I'm.
Why? Wait. Why do you think that?
because I don't want to break anything.
Wait, outside, you're going too fast. Very simple. Why do you think the messengers of God receive so much? Because they become humble enough to accept their own non-existence. When do you want to understand? Humbleness.
Mr. Kesh, you know when you start.
No. You see, Azajan, you have to understand one thing. As long as the man is proud in the confirmation of his existence, man does not exist to understand the creation. This is the biggest problem.
That's totally true. I get that.
So now, move on. See how much more humble you become. Detachment, that's the condition of existence, confirmation of existence through the soul of the man. It needs a lot of understanding. Why Buddha went the way he went from where it was to what it is. Because he went to become humble enough to understand he's nothing compared to the strength of the Creator. And that's where he was enlightened, because he received so much. Not the other way around. When you are weaker, you receive more to become equal to. And that's where the pride of the man has deprived man from understanding the creation. He's too proud of his own physicality and his own soul. That's the key. That's the secret of creation. And none of you understand.
Mr. Kesh, I understand. It's like I understand that if I become completely less, I can receive more. But the thing is, you know,
no, you don't become less. It's a different thing. You give more that there is not enough there.
Because when you talk about giving more, it's not physicality giving more. You know, when I told them, because I was thinking it was a month ago, I was thinking even leave everything, put a backpack on my back and become a Buddha, just walk around and just whatever they give me and I become skin and bone.
And then you walk and learn how to breathe the right way, the way I said to that Indian guru. Then you heat yourself, you feed yourself, the dimension of physicality doesn't exist, and then you travel in the dimension of the soul of the man. And then, where does the balance between the fields of the soul of the man and the Creator comes? Does it withstand the position of this planet, or become part of another position in the universe? Where do you think the soul of the man who created our creatures which are created in the universe go? They find the balance between themselves and the soul of the Creator, the way the earth does in respect to the sun. How much more do we have to teach? So simple. Why does man make everything so difficult? Why some places are necessary of the soul of the universe?
Why do we receive the emotion, the feeling, the memory of our parents in our soul, then be converted to dimension of physicality? Doesn't come through the blood. At a point of weakness, we receive everything through the soul of the mother, because we are weaker soul dimension-wise. And then it creates the creation of the physicality. Why does a man doesn't want to understand this? Then, where in the universe you want to position yourself according to what? Would you be able to see the soul of your mother as a star in the depth of the creation of the universe? Why not? The only limitation is you and your understanding of your own creation. That's the only question you have. This is the only problem man has. To be humble enough. And the more you receive, the more you understand. You know nothing, you don't have enough, then you go to the next step. And at the moment, men are too proud. This is what we have as problem. And the man is still waiting to see his own soul. You want to see the confirmation of your soul? There it is. Mr. John is the Arizona laboratory sitting there. He has created his own sun in the pot, and he waits in there to see the soul creates. But he does not understand that if you make that dynamic, that's the strength of his own soul it is. If he see with the eye of the soul the creation of the creator of physicality, then he understands he has access to his soul. Then he can decide, if I move it further up, I have 2 arms. If I move it further in, I have 20 arms. That's all it is. We have to understand the structure of the, just plasma, just so you put it in there and you rotate it. That plasma inside structures itself the way the egg and the sperm did, and the structure the soul of the man. It's the same principle, the same condition. It's not one field inside it to make the soul of the man. It's a multitude interactions. It's just look at the back of the book number 3, you see. Simple. It's us. If you remember last week, we talked about the cup and orange. We never thought about us standing in there, being in there. We put that wall up. Nothing else has put that wall up. Is prejudice about our own creation, understanding the structure of our own soul. Nothing else. We've been taught so much rubbish that now cleaning that rubbish, accepting we learn rubbish, we can understand better ourselves, the structure of our own existence, that we think we are fool, we can't understand. Every man is intelligent to understand the full structure of the creation of the Creator and the universe. It's just that we came to worshipping fires, to statues. Muhammad, blessed name, he destroyed all of them. Now man still works with the statue of the physicality of himself. Too glorious to let it go. And everything is compared to it, which actually doesn't exist. We just change it from sitting down a statue with 6 arms to a man with himself with 2 arms. That's all. We have changed the bot. You know what the bot is in Farsi and Arabic.
Mr. Keshe, if you like men to understand this with their mind, with the intelligent, they're not going to get it. We have to
Oh,
know.
who says? Why you put limitation? Maybe half of our people already understood.
Because it is not going to happen.
Because you don't understand doesn't mean nobody else does.
Because how the intellect can understand such a huge thing? Intellect is limited.
It's not a huge thing. You make it huge. It's so simple.
No, I mean,
how come the messengers of God become so simple that they can receive it? Not an intelligent man and a king and a professor.
But maybe they need a hint.
No, it means you want to close your eyes. It's not worth looking at it. Then I have nothing else to do to worship myself.
So how can we solve this dilemma for man to understand?
Mature to the confirmation of existence. That's not anybody else's dilemma. It's your dilemma. You have to sort out your understanding of your own soul. And don't forget, as you have a common denominator, once one matures by connection, you mature to others. And at that time of maturity is very near. That's why we start teaching this way. As I said, I take you slowly, slowly in the path of understanding the totality of the creation. Now when you go into space, nobody will become a prophet. We are messengers, but we never prophesize. We pass the message, we teach. That's why in Keshe Foundation we have no prophets and no temples. As I said many times, the temple of the man has to be the soul of the man, and the soul of the man has to understand this condition of existence in presence of the soul of the Creator. That's all. You call it magnetic field, you call it unified field theory, whatever you want to call it. Unified field theory in essence is simple. I am the Creator and the Creator is within me. Now which one? And if you look at it, gravitational becoming magnetical and the magnetical becoming gravitational. Finished. End of the teaching, we can close. How do you want me to dress this monkey? That somebody understand this is a monkey, it's not just dressed up as a man. We're coming nearly to 4 hours of teaching. I hope I gave you a beautiful Christmas gift. It was donation from the soul of the Creator, and I hope you understand it. And hopefully some of those who understand better will understand a very simple principle. And that is, be humble enough to receive, not to be proud enough to deprive yourself. In so many ways we choose our own destiny, but in so many ways we choose our own physicality. Thank you very much for today. We learned a lot, I hope. But understand one thing. If you're there to see, to feel, to understand your soul in the dimension of physicality, it means you still have a lot to learn. When you understand and feel in the dimension of the soul itself, then you confirm the existence of it in the presence of the soul of the Creator. Then you don't need no galaxies, no earth, no sun, no universe, but you become part of the totality of the creation. Then it depends on that. Anything else? Any other
Well,
questions?
I think you just answered the question that I was just about to ask from David in the Q&A, who says, since I was little, I've always imagined that if I could fly, I would surely go into the sun. So would I meet the blessed beauty in our sun?
Or would you see it in your own soul, which is the sun?
I thought you would say that.
You're becoming another one, huh?
Well, there's instant communication and you can't help it sometimes.
Thank you very much. If there's anything else, any other announcements?
Hello, Mr. Keshe, here is Andreas. I have a question to what's the structure of the soul? Because I traveled in my emotions into the past, and I came to the point that when I clear myself from all emotions what I had in my life, that has to be the soul, and all these emotions what I collected, everything is emotion. When we eat, also the planets everywhere with their magnetic fields, and so our soul and the position at the time when we were created through a seed and an egg collect all these emotional fields, and that create our physicality. And when we clear all that, these emotions and these fields, then we have the soul. And I don't understand what you mean when you ask what's the structure of the soul. Maybe you can help with something helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, but see, if you understand there's a soul, so the soul itself is part of the spectrum of the magnetic field. So it has fields within it, and the fields interact. And the interaction of the fields creates condition of the positioning. Some of the positions trap other fields in them that they make noise. Some other interactions creates fields that we call it emotion of the soul. So the soul of the man in a way is no different than the body of the man. It's just that in the body of the man, the interaction of the fields will trap within the physicality of the matter state of the presence of time and the space, what we call the brain. That field in the soul of the man that does not appear here on the surface of the soul. It comes within the soul. And that, in interaction to get here, has interacted with other fields. So this part is the emotion of it. That part is the feel of it. That's happiness and the rest. You try to put the limitation to here, but there is no difference between here and the creation, and inside from here to the boundary of the understanding of the presence of the field. It's the same thing. You just choose to put a position of time and a space to it. Very simple. You got to go back into the essence of the true nothingness, where the life starts and it begins. We have a problem that we try to choose different brackets. Physicality of the man, position of the strength of the soul, position of the soul of the man in a space, blah blah. But at the end is the essence of the point of the creation, the center, the nothingness in a being that itself is a cycle of the fields of the universe. Simple as that. Unified field theory. Read the paper called Unified Field Theory, and then connect it to the soul of the man, then the physicality of the man, and then you understand the writing is the same. Don't
Thank you.
What is this structure here which dictates which field? Is it the field of the plasma of the earth which gives you the physicality of the matter? Is it the field of the creation of the field of the Mars? Or is it the creation of the field of your own soul in the dimension of matter fields that it gives you the creation of your own physicality? When you become detached, you see the light of the creation. Any other questions or any announcements shall be called today? Today was a very intensive teaching. I hope you understand.
Yeah, I think we wore you out well enough there, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There is something somebody asked in the background. Thank you very much for your donations in the past couple of weeks. We have increased the donation. We need more to do. We received about 4,500 of donation in the past 2 weeks, which is a step up to another dimension. Foundation needs support for itself, not from the foundation. We need that to understand. I know many of you as students increase your fees as part of the donation. We've seen it. Thank you very much. Many of you putting more time to support. It's a time of festivities, those of you who believe in the soul of Christ, bless his name. But in a way, every day has to be a celebration of life in understanding the interaction of the soul of the Creator. And in so many ways, maybe we mature to a new limit. As I said today, we had a beautiful, or in the past week or so, we had a beautiful understanding. And I see the teaching of the Keshe Foundation in a very short time will go beyond any of our dreams and understanding with what we have we've been given as a gift. We have to understand it's us who creates that barrier, that limitation. And it's us who has to walk away from that limitation. And as I said, very simply, when you see how energy from the matter state moves to become part of the field of the lymph of the man, that by itself in reducing becomes the physicality of the man, then you have to understand how you have become physical. And is there a point at the point of physicality that it being so weak and humble in receiving becomes the star, the center of the creation and part of the creation of the Creator? Very simple. And don't try to understand how can I see my soul. How can you see when you are ignorant to the existence of itself? You are within it. It's within you. It's you who decides the position of physicality, and then you want to see with the eye of what it is. As I said to my child once, you want to see your soul, turn your eye backwards, inwards, and see, look inside. What do you see? But our eye is connected to see the outside, not inside. And that's where the man has gone wrong. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we understand more. And as I said to those of you who are a believer in the path of the Christ, a Merry Christmas to you. And I hope you enjoy yourself with the festivities. We'll see you next week. And somewhere between Christmas and New Year, you never know, you might get a present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. It was a lovely presentation today. And we're at the end of our show now. I'm not sure if there's any other things we should announce. Perhaps I can just say that people can check out the Keshe Foundation store at the Keshe Foundation website and help support the Keshe Foundation by buying some products from the store. And there's some new products there that are quite exciting, as Klaus has showed earlier, and other things as well. So let's just end it at that. This has been the 255th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 20th, 2018. Thank you, everybody, for attending. And thank you, Flint, for being our co-host today. And
wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, especially a peaceful Christmas from the Keshe Foundation, from me, Carolina de Rose, UC Council Member Netherlands. And thank you, teams, for being there every day, 24, because we are working worldwide. So always somebody is at duty. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for whatever you have achieved. and what more is to be achieved. I would love to go out with a wish that whole of humanity can go through this Merry Christmas very peaceful, and especially for Yemen and especially for Syria. I am present.
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 Thank you, Carolina, for that wish. And thank you and Mr. Keshe for all that you have done and are doing and will continue to do for humanity and for the beyond humanity as well.
It is a small gift for world peace.
But there's many gifts you put under the tree. So thank you for them all.
You're welcome. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for guiding us whole year with your beautiful teachings and all your knowledge. I do admire you for your persistence and your patience. And I know it is not easy and you're working more or less around the clock. I wish you a peaceful Christmas and a Happy New Year, Mr. Keshe. And thank you very much.
Okay, I think we'll wrap it at that because we're about to have a changeover in our 4-hour mark here. Once again, thank you everybody for attending.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation. with protective plasma formula, CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magrav's Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshfoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.